Thanks, Jeff, and hi, everybody. My name's Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic. How you all doing? The reason I'm sitting down is that my knees have gotten so old with arthritis that standing for hours is gotten to be unbearable. So I asked people if they would mind setting up a table like this. And besides, it makes it more casual, and I feel like I'm part of the audience, and I like it a lot. What I plan on doing is to just tell some stories, talk about the spirituality of Alcoholics Anonymous in a manner that doesn't necessarily cover the steps in order, but will cover all the steps, because those are the principles that we live by in AA. And so it's really not a step study where we're going to have a book and we're, okay, I want you to all go to page 53, or we're going to do that. It's more of just totally relax and see if some of these principles cause you to see things differently. In other words, it's the idea of all of this is to have an experience while we're here, and just because that's what the point of the whole program is to have that kind of something happen to us. And so rather than start, well, first I'd like to ask, how many people have less than a year? Okay, I'm always glad to know that, because I will cover a lot of the basics, but I'm also going to talk about the full deal that we have in AA, because after all, that's the whole point of it. So in order to do that, I'm going to start at the end. How do you like that? I'm going to start all the way at the very end, where it says, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we tried to carry this message. So it says there's one result that is supposed to occur as the result of these steps. One, a spiritual awakening. In other words, now we know at the very beginning what the point of it all is. What is the point of this whole thing? To have a spiritual awakening. Then it says we carry this message to others. What message? How to have a spiritual awakening. That's a little different message than sometimes you hear. Sometimes you hear how to get sober, how to go to meetings, how to do this. That's right, but that's not the point of it all. The point is to have this awakening, which is a personal awareness of your own Creator. Up until then, I was a church guy when I was little, but all I knew was information about a God. No personal contact. The priests had the personal contact. We were just sitting there. You follow what I'm saying? Now, that's the way it looked to me. And so there's a great deal of difference between studying and coming to learn about a power greater than yourself and becoming aware that this power is inside of you and is real. Now that's a pretty good deal. That's really wonderful when you think about it. But when we're new, that doesn't sound very appealing. I'll get to that later. I need money. I need some freaking money. I mean, I'll get that. I'll have an awakening later on, but why in God's name would I be looking at something like that? I mean, I got a parole officer. I got people looking for me. I mean, you know, that seems a little far-fetched. Why would I do that? So we get down to, well, why is AA a spiritual program? Now, there's many reasons that we could give. Well, it came from the Oxford group, and that was a spiritual way of life, and Back then, people were more interested in churches, and so there was spirituality, et cetera, et cetera. But I would submit to you that the real answer is because it has to be. Well, why would it have to be? Because of the disease of alcoholism. So, why does the disease of alcoholism need a spiritual program? Because nothing else has ever worked. And where do we find that? We find that in the chapter to the agnostic, which is one of my favorite chapters to understand not only step 1, but step 2. And it's all right in the beginning. And it says, if when you drink, you have little control over the amount you drink, okay, that's everybody. And if when you stop, you can't stay stopped, that's everybody. Then by our definition, you're an alcoholic. Then comes the sentence. It says, if that's the case, you are suffering from an illness that only a spiritual experience can conquer. So we better go back and take another look at that one. What did he just say? You have an illness that only a spiritual experience can conquer. So we got to let that sink in, and as it sank in, I remember telling my sponsor, but I don't believe in spiritual experiences. And he said, oh, you're screwed. There's no non-spiritual way to not die from alcoholism. There's no other way. And then it goes on a little further, and it says, these are the two choices that suddenly face us. 1, to die an alcoholic death. 2, to live on a spiritual basis. And then Bill says, these are not easy alternatives to face. Now that's supposed to be a comedy line. In other words, if you're new, we asked you to come up. It's like a quiz show. We got 2 doors. One of them is on my left and one of them's on my right, and you have to choose one. And so we go, Ralph, come on up here. We can let you be the one to choose. What do you choose? To die an alcoholic death or live on a spiritual basis? And if you're like the rest of us, you go, whoa, that's a tough one. Whoa, wow, wow. Do I get a phone call, Sandy? Yes, you get a phone call. You get a phone call. Calls his doctor. Doctor, this is Ralph. A friend of mine wants to know, how bad is an alcoholic death? Oh, God, that bad. So, because there's no other door to choose from, our poor man selects live on a spiritual basis. Now, why did he select that door? Does he believe in spirituality? No. Does he believe in God? No. Why would he choose that? There's no more doors. There's nowhere else to go. It's by default we become spiritual. If there was a non-spiritual way, we'd all be over there. But there isn't. We are left with, and that's why it's so important to focus on the nature of the problem. Because once we understand the problem, the debate is over about the solution. And once the debate is over, it's really quite an easy program. Most of the difficulties in AA's 12-step program come from not wanting to do it. It's not hard to do, it's I don't want to do it. I mean, how long does it take to do a 4th step? You know, the old trick question. You know how long it takes to do a 4th step? Oh, 2 years and 4 hours. 2 years of procrastination and 4 hours to do it. I mean, and that's what, you know, like, I don't want to. And so the importance of the disease and step 1 and the beginning is essential to the rest of the time. Early on, they were doing, surveys of why people with 5 years or more were sober but not happy. And the reason was they never took the first step 100%. And so they were hanging around and not drinking, but they weren't happy. The reason that they weren't happy was they were never desperate in the first place. When you're desperate, I got to get this. You're like you're underwater and you're trying to get to the surface. You don't come up part way to the surface and go, I don't think I'll go all the way. And you realize that is saving your life and got you out of that desperate situation. And so it's important to understand how desperate it is to be an alcoholic. And for you, my problem was, all I had to go on was that I had been locked up in a nut ward for 6 months. I had malnutrition, almost died, had the DTs, and was screaming and running around locked up for 6 months, which is hardly enough evidence to be an alcoholic. I mean, that probably happens to a lot of people. So you can see we have the incredible ability to rationalize and re-explain our stories so that we have a drinking problem, but not something that needs a spiritual awakening. I couldn't possibly have something that bad. Jeez, it gives me the creeps to think about it. And so we go back to the problem. That's always, and it's interesting in our history that Bill started out just like I did, talking about the spiritual awakening. Notice how I went and I said, I'm going to start at the end. And what did I do when I did that? I immediately went back to the beginning. It was just a tantalizing thing. Okay, this is what's out there. Now, why in God's name would you ever go there? Now you're going to know why. And he had this marvelous, transforming, bright lights, mountaintop experience in a hospital in 1934. And out of that was removed the desire to drink. And it never came back. It just was lifted out of him. And part of a spiritual awakening like that, part and parcel of the awakening, is an irresistible desire to pass it on. You can't keep that for yourself. And so he's out going in the bars. Guys, I got good news. You're not going to believe it. I'm in the room, the mountain, the lights. Oh, you can have it. Come on. And they're all looking at him going, what did you have? Well, I'm on the mountaintop and God talked to me. Come on out of the bar. Join me. And they're looking at him like, hey, that happens to me when I drink rum. I don't think so. So he was trying to attract them to the bright lights. And Dr. Silkworth said, Bill, I think you should focus on the hopelessness of the disease. And that is what he did. And when he started doing that, people started paying attention. And people started going, wow, yeah, he was as hopeless as I am, and now he's not. So he has something that I want. And we'll discuss what that something is, but it's an energy. It is an attraction because of an inner transformation. And we are just attracted to that. Much like people are attracted to the Dalai Lama. I mean, they just want to sit in the energy because it makes them feel better. It doesn't even have to say anything. And this is what AA generates, is this new kind of energy where if you're new, you're looking around. What are they so happy about? Why are all these people so happy? What is it that's going on? And then you find out they're just living life. They got the same problems you do, but they're happy. And you suddenly are saying, well, I'd like to have that. We have that saying, if you want what we have, that's what we have. is a new way of seeing the world with new eyes, or as Chuck Chamberlain's retreat that they turned into a book says, a new pair of glasses. And so we go back to the problem as the most important part. So let me see if I can put a few things on it. If you're new and you come in and people say you're powerless over alcohol, and you go, well, okay, I can see that. Every time I drink, I do get drunk, and I never know what's going to happen. So I think I'll go along with that. I think I'll go along with that. And then we talk to a few more people, and they go, you know, if you ever drink again, it'll be curtains. So you understand that this is almost like an allergy, and it'll kill you even if you don't have a drink for 2 or 3 years. You do understand. Oh, yeah, I understand it. And this is where the problem starts. This is why alcoholism is such a fatal illness. Because that person, after they've been sober a while, their mind is back, they're healthy, they're reasonable, and they start thinking, and they go, you know, I accept this 100%. I'm not even fighting the fact that I'm an alcoholic. As a matter of fact, I accept to my very soul that I'm an alcoholic and can never drink again. I'm not even fighting it anymore. Now the question is, how much good does that acceptance do in staying sober? None. How do you like that? Well, wait a minute. I just accepted to my soul that I'm an alcoholic. Bill writes, there will come a day when we will take the first drink and we'll have no defense against it. Well, what do you mean? Well, just listen to our stories. The guy knew full well if he ever took another drink, it was curtains. It was curtains. And he was so excited about his new sobriety, he went back to where he used to drink to tell the people in there, guys, I'm an alcoholic. Give me a Coke. I'm an alcoholic. If I ever drink again, it's the end. My wife said she's going to leave me. Really? Oh, yeah. And the doctor told me about the liver damage. He doesn't think I could last another year. Really? Well, tell us more. Yeah, let me have a beer. And here's something else. Thanks. And they sit there and watch him have a beer while he's explaining that it'll kill him. That's insanity. But that's why we need the program. If it was just that alcohol killed us, we wouldn't need the program. It would, like sometimes people have allergies and they don't know what it is. They suspect it's from food. And they go to one doctor after another, and finally, a real good doctor isolates it, and it turns out that it's string beans. He says, you stop eating string beans, and you will never have that problem again. And the person stops eating string beans, and they never have the problem. That's it. They don't get together with other people who can't eat string beans and go to meetings about how not to eat string beans. They just don't eat string beans. But alcoholism is entirely different. Why would it be different? Well, let's look at what alcohol generally does for an alcoholic as opposed to a non-alcoholic. When I had my first drink, I was in the university. I was with all these other guys that were better than I am, which everybody always is. I felt very uncomfortable. I felt isolated. I was afraid to talk, and people wouldn't like me. I just was hiding inside of myself, and it was painful to be inside of me. But I was pretending I was happy. Oh, yeah, hi. But inside is this terrible, painful guy just hiding in there, wishing it wasn't so painful. And due to a certain set of circumstances, I decided, the heck with my pledge to not drink till I'm 21. I'm going to have a drink. And, of course, I had it. And within a very few minutes, the people in that room were changed into the friendliest people you've ever seen. All these other people that were better than me and didn't like me, liked me. I could see it in their eyes. And they wanted me to be part of their group, and they loved the stuff I was saying. Baby, and they're all going, yeah, this guy's great, this guy's great. Oh, man. I mean, I only had 3 drinks, and I was like Alice in Wonderland. I went to a world that I loved. Alcohol changed the world into a place that was remarkable. It was just wonderful. I could spend the rest of my life there. And then I went to bed and got up, and I was sober again. And it was all black and white. There was no technicolor. And I was back being insignificant. And they were all bigger than me. But I knew one thing, that as soon as that day was over and I could get to a bar, I would be glad to join them. I now had a secret that is the equivalent of the secret of life. I had the power to transform the world into something that was fun. And it made me comfortable to be who I am. I wasn't restricted by my fear and my anxiety into being the way I was. And so if you had come up to me that very first night and said, we're from the planet alcohol, and we can see that you're an alcoholic already, because we can spot them like that. And we want to give you a warning before you drink any further, okay? Sure. Now, if you keep drinking, you're going to almost flunk out. You won't get any more high grades. Is that okay? And I would have said, yes. Now, isn't that funny? And they said, also, you won't be going out for any athletic teams, which you had your heart set on. Is that okay? And I would have said, yes. Isn't that funny? I would say yes. Why would I say yes? Something big must have happened. It must have been very important to me what happened. And they said, you're going to get in fights, you're going to get your teeth knocked out, you're going to go to jail, your family won't like you. That's fine. I just want what happened last night. That's how big it was. Social drinkers don't say things like that. They don't have a sip of wine and go, I'd go to jail for this. Because it doesn't transform their world. They aren't being set free from a very painful existence by alcohol. And so I didn't know I thought I was just like everybody else, and we were all partying, we're doing all these things, but it wasn't true. I was very different from the non-alcoholic partiers. There's a big difference. Later on, I ended up in the Marine Corps in the fighter squadron overseas. Lots of drinking. It was heaven. The colonel would order the drinks. We'd drink around the table in the club at night. And you didn't order a drink. The colonel did. He ordered a round of drinks for his men. And they'd bring the drinks. And normally when I'm in a group and they're doing that, I have to sneak out and get one for me about halfway through the next round. But this crowd, they drank as fast as I did. I mean, I didn't have to sneak an extra drink in there. And I was there about 6 months, 7 months. And we got in trouble. We did this. We flew together. It was all kinds of stuff, bonding and real close. And one day I was out in the end of the runway. We were getting ready to go aboard a carrier and practice in the field. You have the field practice. And I was out there with big red-headed Irish guy, Major Newport. And he was our maintenance officer, and I liked him. We drank a lot together, and he started talking about how in 18 months he was going to be promoted to lieutenant colonel. He was going to get his own fighter squadron, and he was going to make it the best fighter squadron in the Marine Corps, and he was going to get nothing but the best pilots. And then he pointed at me, a young lieutenant, and he said, "I want you." Wow, that's like, you couldn't get a bigger compliment, you know what I mean? And then he said, "But I wouldn't let you drink." And I sat there like, what is that? Here's a guy I drink with all the time. It wasn't until I got to AA that I understood, even with heavy drinkers, alcoholics can scare them. We drink with an intensity and with an abandon that they didn't know existed. This guy never knows when to quit. I mean, you know, he saw something that scared him about me way before I saw it. So anyway, when we arrive here, we're generally at a place that looks something like this inside of us. We're saying to ourselves, even I agree with my family and employers that my drinking is killing me. Even I agree with that. And I can tell right inside that if I keep on, some bad things are going to happen. I can feel it inside. I don't even need the experts telling me. If I got honest with myself, I can really see that this is getting, oh my God, it's getting awful. So, maybe I should stop. You ever have that thought? Maybe I should stop. Yeah, I could stop. I just won't drink. But of course, if you don't drink, then you're sober all the time. All day, all week, all month, all year. Oh my God. There will never be any relief from the pain. So I have two horrible choices. I am going to exist inside of this pain-filled body, trying to hold on for years, or I'm going to drink and have a whole bunch of horrible stuff happen over there. So it's almost like you're going to put your hand in acid or fire. That's what it looks like. And that's why when people say you ought to just stop drinking, we go, you don't understand. And what we're really saying is, I'll be sober all the time. So in a strange way, one of our major problems is sobriety. It's very painful to not drink. Then we have to go home for Christmas sober with all those in-laws and all of that stuff. We have to go to work and meet people and socialize and go to football games and all the activities that we have with no alcohol. That would mean I'm out there alone, totally unarmed, as the saying might go. And that sounds too big. That's just too hard. And that's why some of us quit, and we lasted a month. And what happened at the end of it? It got unbearable. You remember that? It was just, and if somebody said, just keep hanging on, another 20 years, it'll get better. You'd go, I don't think so. I don't think I can possibly last that long. So now we're here. And we're going, I still have those same two lousy choices. And that is to die an alcoholic death or to live sober. And the good news is that AA offers us something that nowhere else does. And that is how to be sober and happy at the same time. That is not possible by just quitting. And when I heard about the happy part, that's the part I liked. In other words, you could be happy and sober. Boy, I never heard of that before. I don't know how many of you ever thought of that. Yeah, I'll be sober and happy. That'll be cool. But I saw people in AA that really were happy. And then when they told their story, I saw that they had the same problem I did. And they were in the same box. They were in the same thing. And so I got a little hope in the middle of all of this duress. And so you can see why it is so important to take the first step 100%. It's, as Bill writes, it's the only one, admitted we were powerless over alcohol and our lives had become unmanageable. It's the only one that is taken 100%. No ifs, ands, or buts. And if you have any exception in there, you can see the problem. Because if you're almost powerless over alcohol, like 99%, but there's 1% that maybe I'm not quite exactly the same as everybody else, then this is what happens. Then you almost need all the meetings. And you almost need a to follow what your sponsor says. And you almost need the steps, and you almost need God. And those are called half measures. You follow what I'm saying? It is leaving us with zero. In other words, it takes a complete surrender for anything to come in. And so that's why we spend so much time on the first step, and I don't know how many pages in the big book. If you count the appendix and doctor's opinion and all that kind of stuff, it must go all the way up to page 65 or something before you get to the second step. So you can see how important understanding powerlessness is and inventorying it in yourself. Do you have any reservations? Are you sitting here going, yeah, he's making a good point, but I think there's a chance that if I got on a healthy diet and worked out and got in shape, that you can see that's not powerless. That's almost. Clancy, who's here this weekend, he always talks about all alcoholics thinks their case is different. Oh, I wish I was the same as all those people in AA. All those happy people. But I had problems a little different than they did. I had the whatever, and then you make up whatever your little unique story is that made you just this much different from all the rest of them. I wish there was a program that included this little wrinkle that I have, and I'd join that program, but until that happens, I guess I'm stuck with hanging on the fringes of AA and almost volunteering. God, they were looking for somebody to go to the prison the other day. My hand almost went up. I had to pull it back down. It was because that would be admitting to ourselves that we really need God. And there's a part of the human nature that is our biggest enemy, the ego, and it fights us tooth and nail when we start incorporating a higher power into our lives, because we have been the higher power. I've been the star of my show, the producer, the actor, the director, the entire thing of my life. And we call that our story. That's why when we get up to the podium and we talk, we go, well, Joe's going to tell his story tonight. And it's a great name, story. It doesn't say Joe's going to get up and give you the facts. Nobody said that. They said he's going to tell his story. And I heard a speaker many years ago who, for a joke, started his talk with, "My name is Jim and I'm an alcoholic and my story is divided into two parts. What happened during the years that I drank and what I thought happened during the years that I drank." And everybody laughed and they just went, "Look at that. Yeah, boy, we were drunk. We didn't even realize that it happened this way and we had it wrong. We had the story wrong." And the same thing could be said about all other areas of our lives. My childhood's divided into two parts. What happened when I was a child and what I thought happened when I was a child. My job is divided into two parts. What happens at work and what I think happens at work. I mean, I've been at jobs where I was the only one who thought the boss was a jerk. I couldn't believe the other people liked him. How could that be possible? How could they all think that he was a nice guy and I think he's a jerk? Which is he? What are the facts here? We know what my story is. My story is, oh man, if you worked where I do with this terrible boss, what am I saying that for? I like problems. That's why I'm saying it. That's what ego specializes in, problems. If you're in this room tonight and you have a pressing problem, been driving you nuts for 3 months, I mean, just, God, if I could just get rid of this, if I could just get rid of it. And we were able to bring you up to the front of the room and go, well, what is it? Oh, well, here's the fix for it. That takes, okay, good. And you'd go, yes, I can't believe it. Before you got back to your seat, you'd have another one. Well, now I got the car problem that I haven't been working on since I was so obsessed with that other problem. How long do you think you would stay problem-free? So that tomorrow at the meeting they called on you and you said, sorry, no problems in my life. I got nothing to talk about today. That's the nature of the human ego. That's why Bill writes, old ideas availed us nothing. See what I'm talking about? In other words, when I apply my way, my style of looking at things, my way of problem solving, all of those things, they're going to continue to not work. They're going to continue to not work. And so that's why we have this long process of inventory and sharing with other people in order, now I'm going to go back to the beginning, to have an awakening. Now, an awakening is a funny thing. I'll give you one way of comparing an awakening. I don't have a cell phone or answering machine or computers. I get lost in there. Sometimes I don't answer emails for a month. Kind of behind the times. So I can get lost in my car just like you could in the old days. But people have these things now in the car where you just go, I'm lost, I'm trying to go to 2413 3rd Street. And the voice comes back and said, fortunately it doesn't say, okay, jerk, here's how to get there. It says, turn left at the next street, then turn right, and then there you are. Now, how can that box do that? How could it know how to do that? There's a satellite. You know what I mean? It's up there. And if you were up there, you could see what street was blocked and tell me not to go that way. You could do all kinds of things if you were way up there. An awakening puts us way up there. It doesn't give us more information to use down here. It enables us to suddenly be at a point where when we look around, things are clear. Oh my God, that big problem I had really isn't a problem. Now that I look at it from here, So you see the difference between figuring things out and seeing it differently. We're always looking in spirituality for a solution to a problem. And generally, spirituality works this way. It shows us that it's not a problem in the first place. Now that started with me, with my sponsor, where, you know, when you're new, the sky is falling every day, several times a day. And you run over and you go, and he says, okay, what happened there? Oh, God, I'm glad you come. Well, this fell off the building and my butt, you know, you just lay them all out. And I think my wife's going to leave me too, and then I know they're going to fire me. And okay. So then he goes, well, yeah, now I can see your point there. But don't forget, you've joined AA, you got some new friends. There's the job opening that should open up next week. Your application's in there. People over here really like you. Your health is returning. And when he gets through, I go, oh, yeah, if you look at it that way. It's not so bad. So did he solve my problem? No. He helped me look at it that way. Look at it that way. And so that's what the program does that makes it so easy to not drink. That's where we're getting back to this very beginning, where the premise is being put out to those of you that are new, that it's possible to not drink and be happy. Now that's worth going for. You see what I'm saying? Can you imagine how nice that would be? Do you know how easy it is to not drink when there's nothing for alcohol to fix? Pretty easy. Follow what I'm saying? In other words, mostly we want to drink in order to feel better. We are feeling bad. We are in pain. I can't stand it. I want to feel better. What if you already felt okay? Well, then I'd have a Coke. You see what I'm saying? This is what is in store for us, and nothing less. It's funny thing about AA. I've been around 42 years. There's lots of guys way past me. But you get to see things differently each year that goes by. And I made this observation, for whatever it's worth. If you went back about 50 or 60 years ago in AA, in almost all mid-sized cities, and certainly in all towns, there was only one meeting a week. One meeting a week. And people were staying sober in the same numbers they are today, maybe even more. And you go, well, how the heck do you stay sober on one meeting a week? Wow, that would be hard. Well, number one, you really look forward to the meeting. You know what I mean? And maybe you get together with somebody who's in the group and you halfway through the week have coffee with him or her. That breaks the week in half. But mostly you prayed like hell. Oh, God, get me through another day. Get me through another day. Get me through another day. Oh, please, 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 please. Only one more day to the meeting. Please, God, please, God, please, God, please, God, please, God. And that's what they did, and they stayed sober. So now we fast forward to today, and we see what success has done. And now there's meetings. I mean, certainly there's a meeting every day. Most of the time there's a meeting at 8 in the morning, a noon meeting, a 5:45 meeting right after work, a 7 or 8 o'clock meeting. A lot of places there's a midnight meeting. And there's men's meetings, gay meetings, women's meetings, pilots' meetings, doctors' meetings, lawyers' meetings. There's conferences, there's workshops, there's weekends, there's CDs, there's tapes, there's literature on every subject that has ever been thought of. There is a support system out here that is so powerful, you don't have to hardly pray at all. Now think about that. think about that. You see how easy it would be, as Bill says, to rest on our laurels. Remember him writing that? It's easy to rest on our laurels, but we're in trouble because alcohol is a subtle foe. The laurels could be just settling for a modestly comfortable sobriety based on just attending meetings and going out to dinner afterwards and maybe taking a meeting here or there, but no personal spiritual intensity. And this would produce what Bill called good sobriety. And then he went on to say, he quoted Abraham Lincoln when he said, "The biggest enemy of the best is the good." Isn't that an interesting sentence? The biggest enemy of the best is the good. So if you've, this is now for people who've been around a while, if you feel like, yeah, I got pretty good sobriety, then we want to take another look at that. We want to go, am I more awakened now than I was 5 years ago? Because awakening is the magic word in our program. Bill calls it more spiritual growth. And you can see several places in the big book where he'll go, well, the answer to that is more spiritual growth. And the answer to that is more spiritual growth. And what is meant by that is to awaken more. In other words, to see even more than you saw before. Now, in terms of spirituality, there's no way of comparing this person's spirituality with that person's spirit. There's no way to measure that. The only thing we can measure is how I was 5 years ago and how I am today. In other words, I can only keep track of me. And I can tell you that I'm much more excited over the last 3 years than all the rest of the program combined. Things have happened, and it's just been remarkable. So the journey never ends. And I think that's very good news and very exciting. But it becomes an individual effort at that end of the scale. And we'll get to that when I start talking about step 11 and so on down. So what I tried to do in this first session was just to throw out a big picture all the way from the end to the starting point. And it's a journey, and it all starts, as they said years ago, all journeys start with one step. You just finally go, okay, I'm going to go. And we decide to work the program. Now, for many of us, what does that involve? Getting a sponsor. That is, if you were going to go to, I'm going to take a 10-minute break every hour. So we got 3 more minutes, and then I can see 4 people that if they don't go to the bathroom soon, there's going to be a problem in here. So, and I'm one of them. Now I lost my train of thought. Does anybody remember what I was just saying? Huh? Oh, getting a sponsor. If you were going to go tiger hunting in India, you think you'd get a guide? Or you just go out and say, where are the tigers? You want a guide? No, I just go get them. I'm going to go get them myself. Or if you're going fishing, you come down to Florida. What do? You get a guide with a boat. He knows where the fishing waters are, and he takes you out, right? I mean, that's what we always get, guides. That's what this is. Someone who's been there and can lead you down this path and make observation. He can see, or she can see, what's going on with you that you can't see. And as time goes on, you learn something very important. No one can see the truth about themselves alone. That's a rule. I didn't know that. It is a spiritual principle. So much so that Bill writes in the 12 and 12 that people of very high spiritual development always insist on checking with others the guidance they feel they got from their higher power. That's very high spiritual development. Like one monk turning to another. I had this feeling. What do you think? So when people ask me, I'm not sure what God's will is for me, I said, ask somebody else. Just tell them what you think it is and then run it by somebody. And if it holds up there, in other words, if you get positive feedback, then that's close. So we need each other desperately in order to live as human beings. We should be doing this all the time. This is how life should be lived. We're all part of one big family, and we just go, hey, can you help me with this? And I'll help you with that. And we just need to be, right now, I have my sponsor, I've had the same sponsor for 42 years, but he's very ill. He's in Virginia, has lung cancer, and it's getting near the very end. But I have 3 or 4 very close friends in Tampa, and we have this system amongst ourselves. The others are still working, but even when I was working, it worked the same way. If I called them or they called me and they said, Sandy, can I run something by you? It was a secret word for, this will only take 45 seconds. So even if you have a customer, you can still do it. You follow what I'm saying? And then I would go, yeah, listen, my boss came in, he said that, I reacted this way, and then it ended up in this kind of a mess. How do you see it? And then if it's me or them, they just go, well, the way I see it, your boss must have had a terrible night because he was totally off the wall, dead wrong, forgive him. Or, the way I see it is, your boss is right, you overreacted, you owe him an amend. Now, how long did that take? I covered both examples in less than 45 seconds. Bing, hang up the phone, problem over. How did I get it over? By getting somebody else. To get somebody else. So in other words, we get disturbed. The difference between a new person and an old-timer is the old-timer picks up the phone quicker. The newcomer goes, I think I'll see if I can handle this myself. And then it gets worse. And then it gets worse. And after a week we go, can you help me with this? And we took a tiny little situation and built it into a 500-pound boulder. And then we finally called. So what I'm saying is, out of this early process of sponsorship, we're starting to learn that it's impossible to live life on a happy basis by ourselves. That we need each other in order to get the new perspective. That's part of an awakening, is to have someone else share their view on it, and you listen. It no longer is a competition like who's right and wrong. My idea is better than yours. That's all gone. We just want some honest feedback, and then we go, oh yeah, that's a good way to look at it. That's my favorite thing to say. That's a good way to look at it. Thank you. Wow, I never would have thought of it. Of course you couldn't think of it. You're in the problem. You need someone who's not in the problem. You see what I'm saying? And so we start that with the sponsor or our guide. So let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and talk about the guide. That's working, right? Okay. Okay, if everybody got their coffee and visiting and all that, we'll pick up with the guide. And the suggestion that we get a sponsor. I think that the concept of a sponsor is the most wonderful thing in the world. I had a sister who's in AA, And I'm 3 years older than her. And we were close and friends and all of that, but I always wished I had a brother. And I'm sure that she wished she had a sister. You know what I mean? Because then you would have both. And there's something about the bonding in AA with your sponsor that reminds me of that. It is a trust and a sharing and a coming out of the shame and the hiding place and all of the awfulness that we created in our own minds about ourselves, our past, and all of that. And I was very lucky the way I got my sponsor. I don't know. Today it seems a lot harder than it was, because back then the sponsor was the guy that came to your house to get you. You didn't have any say in the matter at all. It was predetermined, so you just said to yourself, well, this is who God wants me to have, so I just, that's that. And I sometimes think that today we ought to go back to that system, and in the, but I tried it in my home group, they voted me down. But I thought we'd put all the sponsors' names in a hat. And then Joe comes in, and then we go, Joe needs a sponsor. We're going to get the senior person in the group to reach in the hat. Reaches in, and he goes, it's Larry! And then it would look like it was determined by God or something like that, because when you have to go out and look on your own, that must be quite a challenge. I mean, I just didn't have to do that. It'd be like looking around now, who would be a good mother and father, and how do you know, and all of that. But in any event, if you are new, that's very important, is to find someone who has the program, has this energy that we're talking about, who has had this awakening. This is just my thoughts on how you would want to choose someone who has that energy, that you just go, I really like what they have. And it isn't what job they have or anything like that. It's just, you can feel there's a way of looking at things that they have that you like. And so that would be one. And then the other is that you will be absolutely honest with. Absolutely honest. And I'll tell you, it was so funny. My sponsor, I wasn't going to be honest for quite a while. I thought, you all know Tom Ivester from North Carolina. A lot of people do. He's got 50 years in January. And he was telling me, he said, as hard as I try, still today, with 50 years of sobriety, sometimes the first thing out of my mouth is a lie. Even if the truth is better. I somehow found when I was little that it was dangerous to tell the truth. And so it took me a long time to realize it was safe to tell the truth. I remember, even I've been sober a long time, I hate to even tell you this. I've probably been sober 25 years, and I was getting closer to retirement, and so I could play more golf. That was back before my knees gave out. And finally, I think I was 55, I broke 80. Now, anybody who's a golfer knows that that's it. You could die and go to heaven. I had a 78 legitimate on an easy course, but it was still, and all my friends, and I had the scorecard signed with me, and I got them together, and I said, guys, you're not going to believe what happened today. You're not going to believe what happened today. Blah, blah, blah. And they said, what? I said, I had a 77. And they went, wow, that's wonderful, that's wonderful, we're so happy. And then I went, I was lying, I had a 78. And they said, why'd you lie? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. Then they didn't believe I had the 78. I mean, they just went, you know, that was like, why did you lie? I don't know, it just came right out. But at least today, when we do that, we go, cancel that. Erase. 78. And we do correct ourselves and promptly admit that we're wrong. But anyway, I just share this with my sponsor. He said, look, we've been together a while now, and we're really going to go into the spirituality. It's time to focus on it. Not talk around it or about it or anything. We really want to start getting some real work. So I want you to be honest with me about your spirituality. Okay? Okay. All right, how much do you really pray? Oh, he's looking right at me, you know what I mean? The answer is never. You know what I'm saying? And he said, I want the truth. How am I going to say never to my sponsor? You know what I mean? This is a praying program. We pray. So I said, never. He said, that's okay. It's never. I said, yeah, never. I remember in church, I hated it. It made me sick. I don't like what they were doing. There's incense and Latin. It makes me feel nervous. I hate it, and I don't do it. And during the Lord's Prayer at the meetings, I go, and I don't. So he said, okay, so what would we have? Zero praying. Yep. Okay, how often do you go to church? Either on a Sunday or drop in, because churches are kind of very spiritual energy and you could just sit there and get connected and all that. How often would you say you go into church? Never. I got so angry at that Catholic church, I don't like anything to do with churches. When I went to Paris, I didn't even go in the cathedrals. Screw you, I'll go to the museums. I'm not going in there. I'm not going to have God see me going in the churches and going, yeah, got you, and all of that. So he said, that's all right, zero. Now, how about spiritual readings? There's New Age bookstores are filled with wonderful books. They can help people. Everybody does it. It's a very wonderful way of no, I don't even go near that section. Bill, it's a joke. It's people fooling themselves. A New Age, schmoo age. I'm not interested in reading that kind of crap. And I like sports. Airplanes. I like to read about airplanes and all that. So it's zero reading spirit. Yep. Well, now how about meditation? Do you like to sit and maybe go out by the beach and just sit and let God come in and just let the thoughts? I said, no, I don't like that. Makes me nervous. I get frightened. I'm not interested. I just want to just not drink. I'm not interested in that. So it's zero meditation. Yeah, zero meditation. One more question. Okay. So how's it going? How's it going? What does it feel like to be inside of you? It's awful in here. I can't stand it in here. It's absolutely ridiculous. And he said, well, let me tell you something. The spiritual life is not a theory. Not a theory. If I was in the school system, I would ask to teach a class called The Theory of God. How do you like that? The theory. And I would teach it this way. I would say, it's just a theory. Now, if we have a theory, then we need to be scientists, and we need to perform scientific experiments that you personally conduct, and then you record the results. And that's how a theory is proven. Until then, it's just a theory. Like the theory that Einstein had was just a theory until it proved out, and every scientist agreed, and it became a law. And so then we just go, now, where can we find a laboratory to perform a spiritual experiment? There's only one place. That's inside of each human being. There's no other laboratory where that experiment can be conducted. And my sponsor was setting me up for this experiment in my laboratory by saying, this is the theory that you are living by now. No praying, no meditation, no churches, no spiritual reading. What's going on in the lab? What kind of results are we getting in there? Bad, 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 bad. Well, would you be willing to try a different experiment? One called a spiritual experiment. Well, maybe I might think about it. Now, why would I say that? Now does anybody know where I'm going to quote out of the literature? I think it's in the 12 and 12, where it's talking about prayer. And it says, we recoil from prayer much as a scientist refuses to perform a certain experiment lest it prove his pet theory wrong. So why would I not want to pray? What if it worked? I'd be wrong. All those things I said all those years about prayer, I'd have to take back. I don't like being wrong, and I don't like taking things back. So I guess I'll stay miserable instead. Would you rather be happy or right? So even though there it is, wouldn't you like to try this experiment? What if it worked? And part of me's going, yeah, that would be great, but my ego goes, no, it wouldn't. We'd look stupid. You've been saying for 50 years, prayer is stupid. Now you pray, it works, you're going to look like a jerk. Do you understand what I'm saying about, see how the ego jumps in? Doesn't even want us to be happy? Pride. I would be wrong if I tried working these steps, making amends, taking an inventory, praying, meditating, trying to turn my life over to something, and it worked. Where would I be then in terms of my pride? I'd be cooked. I'd be wrong about everything. Every idea I ever had would be wrong. Do you know how lucky it would be if you were wrong about everything? When we come in here, we're losers. Every idea we have is a losing idea. The world sucks, I suck, my friends suck, life sucks. You can't trust anything, and it's all going to end up awful. Wouldn't you like to be wrong? No, I don't want to be wrong. I want it to turn out that way. That would be the greatest thing in the world if you were wrong about all that stuff. You see the freedom in it if it was wrong? What if you're wrong? What if that isn't the way it was? What if you're wrong? Chuck Chamberlain, when he wrote that new pair of glasses, as the years went by, he's just running around. What else am I wrong about? Get rid of it. I mean, it was the most exciting, probably like a ship that could get rid of its own barnacles. Hey, go on. There's tremendous freedom in finding out where we're wrong. There was a speaker friend of mine, he was a lawyer up in Washington. He was actually the counsel for the House of Representatives at one time. And he was an old Alabama guy, and when he'd give his talk, he'd look everybody real serious, and he'd just go, you know, it isn't the things you don't know that kill you. It's knowing things for sure that just ain't so. And that's what we have. We have a lot of ideas that aren't true. But we believe them because we told ourselves this. And while I'm on right at this point, I want to just explain what emotions are from a spiritual point of view. Emotions, feelings. We hear a lot about those. And in the 70s, they became like the buzzword of the country. Get in touch with your feelings, trust your feelings. And they became almost synonymous with truth. You follow what I'm saying? If I feel it, it's true. And it could be, or it might not be. They're real. You have to acknowledge that I have this terrible, frightened feeling there's a burglar in the basement. So I have to do something about it. It's not going to go away. I really am afraid that there's a burglar in the basement. Does that mean there's a burglar in the basement? Could be. Most likely, there isn't. So I call the police. They come over and they go, we've searched all over. Maybe something just fell off and you heard a noise and it caused you to think that there was a burglar in the basement. And then when you thought there was a burglar in the basement, you emotionally reacted to that thought and got frightened. So it turns out there's no burglar in the basement, and my feeling was wrong. Wrong. That's very important to understand, that there's a definition that I think is wonderful about what a feeling is. It's the body's reaction to a thought. You follow what I'm saying? You have to think. I could hear a noise down in the basement and not hardly respond to it and just go, well, something probably fell. So the noise didn't frighten me. See what I'm saying? I had to think up the thought, that noise could be a burglar. Once I thought that, then I got frightened. I just talked myself into getting frightened. I'm not saying it's not a good idea because you want to be on the alert and all that, but how often have you walked in the room and you saw two people over there talking and you knew they were talking about you? And you said, there they are, they're talking about me. As soon as you thought that, you felt bad. You felt terrible. I might sit here and look in the back of the room and there's a gentleman back there and I can tell from his eyes that he doesn't like me. I can just see him. He's looking at me and he does not like me. And I say to myself, that guy back there doesn't like me. And I go, I can't stand it when people don't like me. And I have an emotional, now this is very important to understand. I have an emotional reaction just as big as if he walked up here and looked me right in the eye and said, I don't like you. See how powerful the thinking is? That's amazing, isn't it? So whenever we find ourselves emotionally disturbed, a lot of it was chicanery by our ego. Hey, I think I'll play a joke on you. See that guy over there? He hates you. You've been undisturbed for 30 minutes. That's too long. Now I got a problem. So the ego really, it's a charade. It's like, Shakespeare said the world's a stage and we're actors on it. And it's hard to explain this, but I'm going to try anyway. Imagine that you are an actor or an actress, And you landed a role in a play. And in this play, you are the janitor in this office building, and you mainly sweep. You know what I mean? You sweep, sweep, sweep. And every so often somebody comes by and will have a little conversation with you, but your main role is sweeping, sweeping, sweeping. And the play opens with you sweeping, and then as the curtain comes down, you're sweeping. And that's your role in the play. Now, if we were just an actor, we would sweep, 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 do our job, get paid, go home. That would be our life. But not this actor or actress. They're out there sweeping going, why do I have to sweep? Why did I get the role? Why aren't I like the good-looking salesman up there who gets all the women in the play? Why did they pick me? Sweep, sweep, sweep. Jesus Christ. I've been to some of the finest acting schools in the United States. This is a tragedy that I'm sweeping out here. We ought to do a play about the suffering that I'm doing sweeping in this play. And that play would be a much better play than the sweeping, just the sweep, sweep, sweep. Because I'm having a psychological break. I'm seeing a psychiatrist over the role that I'm playing sweeping. I'm sweeping, sweeping. And pretty soon we build a new acting role about an actor who's having a nervous breakdown while he's in a play sweeping. And that is the ego story. The trick is to go back and just sweep. Just go da 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 without commenting on it, without making up some, like you're an editor or a reporter. You got to make a story out of sweeping. Just sweep. That's why we say, just have a cup of coffee. Don't have a cup of coffee and worry about 14 other things. This is what living in the now is. It is just doing what we were asked to do. Nothing is that hard. We take the sweeping job and turn it into this huge, and since we've been doing it since we were this big, most people say it happened. This is when it happens. When we're real little, we're lying in the crib and they give us a bear to play with. Oh, yeah, that's cool. And then they take the bear away and they give us a doll. Oh, yeah, and then a rattle. Oh, yeah, that's great. Oh, that's great. And, they can hand one and then this and that and this and that. But there comes a time when you hand them that bear or hand her that doll, and then you go to take the doll away to give them something else, and they go, mine. Mine. No longer was it just a bear sitting over there. You follow what I'm saying? That became part of me. And then I am more than the guy sweeping the floor. I am the guy sweeping the floor who has that car parked out front, who has this, and all these other things suddenly are who I am, instead of I'm a God's kid sweeping. You see what I mean? I made up a whole big complex story, and in that story there's no God. There's just me. When you make up your own story about the actor sweeping on the thing, you're the director, the star, the whole thing. It's almost like a dream. You ever notice? You ever have a dream about someone else? You're not in it? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm never in any of my dreams. You ever have that happen? I don't think so. We're the star, we're everything in the dream, and generally it's bad, scary, and we wake up and all that. Well, my point in going into all of this is that, as Chuck said in his book that the problem that we have is being separated from God. That's what we talk about all the time. That's why we say we're trying to establish conscious contact with God. Well, the actor who went out with the broom had conscious contact with the director and the writer. In other words, if you use that analogy, he had perfect contact. His job is to do this, and there was no problem. It's when he left that role and got into the play about having a psychiatric breakdown while trying to do the sweeping on the stage that he left his higher power. So in other words, it isn't that God left us, it's that we made up a story where there's no God in it. And that's may sound complicated, but it is how it happens that we end up separated. It's not very complicated. So in this process of awakening, we see through the illusion. And we go, wait a minute, I'm just sweeping. Holy cow. Now I see that life is a lot simpler than I made it. It's a lot simpler than my story about it is. The last point I want to make on this story thing is, maybe this will help you understand the point I'm trying to make. If you listen to my talks when I was 10 years sober and compared them to the talks I give now, in the talks I give now, I had a much better childhood than I used to have. Now, how can you have a better childhood than the one you had? Excuse me. Is that possible? Did you go back and change your childhood? Yes. I saw it differently. I saw my parents with a different pair of eyes. I saw how hard they were trying. They weren't mean to me. They were doing the best they could. I couldn't see that before. So now that I see it differently, I had a better childhood. So don't give up on having a better childhood. You're not stuck with the lousy one that you have now. That's pretty good news for a lot of us. And so we need to go through the process of causing this revolutionary experiment to happen. Remember, we're in the laboratory. We've admitted, okay, you trapped me. It's awful in here. My experiment is failing. My experiment on how to live is producing awful results. And that gives us the open mind to try things that we don't believe in. AA's 12 steps are a group of principles that we take that we don't believe in yet. There's no way you could believe in those by looking at them. You're going to read those things and go, oh yeah, I see that. You see what? I see how that would make you happy. Really? Making amends going to make you happy? No, I don't know how that could make you happy. Making a fearless moral inventory is going to make you happy? No, I don't see how that could. I spent about 6 months looking for the money step. Okay, so then you make amends and then you get the money? No. Well, then how do you get happy? If you don't get the money, you know you don't get happy. I mean, anybody knows that. I'm broke. I can't even get food for these kids. Where's the money step? So it is an experiment. In other words, okay, I'm not sure I understand this, but I am willing to do exactly what my guide suggests. And she or he is going to lead me down through this experiment. That would be another way of looking at it. It's going to lead me through this experiment, guide me through these uncharted waters. Sometimes they refer to AA as the world's biggest lost and found department. And that's a good way of describing the process of spirituality, going from being lost to being found. And when we're lost, we have no way of navigating. We've lost, nothing makes sense. We're just out there aimlessly responding to our negative emotions that are driving us one way or the other. And oh, now I'm afraid, now I'm angry. Oh, if you weren't in my way, I'd have what I need. And all of those things, and we've misdiagnosed the whole problem. The whole problem is that we need to reestablish contact with our higher power. It doesn't feel like that, just like some diseases don't feel like that. You know what I mean? What's the one that we all have? You eat sugar, it makes it worse. No, there's another one. Huh? Hypoglycemia. A lot of alcoholics have that when they first come in, and it feels like I got to go get some sugar or I'm going to die, and that's the worst thing. And this is the same kind of a thing. In other words, it doesn't look like or feel like to us that our problem is we're too far away from our higher power. It just doesn't feel that way as we look at it. If we were to ask any of us new, say, what would you say your biggest problem is? How many would say, oh, it's clearly I'm too far away from God? Obvious. That's the last thing. There's a million other problems as we diagnose them. And yet, AA is saying, oh, don't worry about those problems. God will fix all of them. Oh, really? You're telling me one solution for all problems? Doesn't that sound a little far-fetched? You're saying to me, whatever problem I got, just get more God, that's it? I don't think so. Well, let's look at what we did before we got to AA. If you were in your favorite bar and your friend came in and he said, oh, God, my wife just left me, run off with the neighbor, I'm dying. What would you say to him? Let me buy you a drink. Am I right or wrong? Let me buy you a drink. So now we know the solution for somebody running off with your spouse is let me buy you a drink. So now it's a year later and your friend comes in and he says, God, you're not going to believe it. They cut back at work. I've been laid off. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do. What would you say? Let me buy you a drink. Oh, so now buying a drink helps getting laid off and losing your spouse. Now he comes in with a health problem. What do you say? Let me buy you a drink. Suddenly we realize you buy him a drink no matter what the problem is. One solution for all problems. I never remember saying to myself, well, here's a problem I won't be drinking over. I'll be handling this sober. I don't think so. Why was a drink the one solution for all problems? Because it made things look different. That's exactly what it did. After 3 drinks, I went, oh, I see. I can handle. Oh, yeah, it's not so bad. Oh, yeah. And that's what spirituality does. That's why it works on all problems. It makes us see things differently so that these problems either aren't there or they aren't as big at all. And so this is why we go on this journey and get a guide. Bill, somebody asked Bill one time, God, you guys are a bunch of amateurs. It was probably the professional community, the psychologists or something like that. You guys, how do you get results like this? I mean, they haven't gotten anybody happily sober by any other technique, really. And so they said, it looks like the blind leading the blind in there. And Bill said, no, it's not. It's the semi-blind leading the blind. And so it really is. We're all trying to go from the darkness to the light. And when we're spiritually fit, we can see the light. We're not there yet, but we can see it. And so we got our hand holding the person behind us, and they're holding the person behind them, and they're holding the person behind them. And way back there, there's no light at all, but there's a rumor that the people up ahead have seen a light. And if we all keep going in this direction, we are, in fact, going to get out of the woods. And we're going to rely on something that we do not understand. I remember when I was a Boy Scout, and I went in, and they were teaching us about getting lost in the woods and how to find your way out, or you would die. And they gave us a compass. And they handed them all out like little watches. And so they said, now here's what the deal, guys. You push this button, it frees up the needle, and that needle points right at the North Pole. There's a big rock up there, and it's a magnetic field, and this needle points right at that rock. And if you got this in your pocket and a map, and you're in the woods, totally disoriented, and if you don't get out, you're going to freeze to death, this needle will save your life. You can trust your very life on that needle. I don't remember saying, you want me to trust my life that there's a big rock at the North Pole that I have never seen? I would like to go to the North Pole. Sorry if I'm a doubting Thomas, but you want me to swallow a story about a rock at the North Pole? Are you kidding? And put my life on it? We didn't do that. We said, give me the compass. I'll be glad to go out and potentially freeze to death and put this, just follow the needle. I'll be out. Hey, no problem. And I did the same thing when I got in flight school, and they're teaching us how to fly in instrument conditions and listen to the A and the N. And back when you flew the beam, and if you listened correctly, you'd fly right between the two mountains, and the runway would be right in front of you. If you did it wrong, you'd die. I'm saying to them, you want me to believe there's an invisible radio beam coming up through the air, and I'm going to trust my life on it? What's the beam frequency? Went right out, and there it was. So now we come in here and we go, if you follow these steps, you will get in touch with the creator of the universe, the energy of this spiritual creator, and you will be able to navigate through life with the greatest of ease and with great happiness and great joy. And we go, I don't think so. See what I'm saying? I don't think so. But alcoholics are lucky because they were forced into a desperate situation. And that's why you just can't stop somebody out in the street and go, hey, would you like to try the 12 steps? And come on in, it'd be really great. They're not desperate. And we are. That's our gift that we were given, was this sense of desperation so that we are willing to try something that we don't believe in. And in closing, let me just, as we're getting close to 4, if you're new, you could really simplify the program. And you would just have one question that you would ask of your guide. And the question is, what do I do next? That's it. That's your entire job. Oh, no, you have a second job. Evaluate the results that you get from this new experiment. What do I do next? Do it, and then report back how it's going. And you know what you're going to report back? Much to my surprise, things are getting better. I never would have believed that this could have possibly worked. That is a very typical experience. This doesn't look like it should work. Are you kidding me? I'm going to do an inventory and share it with somebody and humbly ask, and the rockets are going to go off? Oh, I don't think so. Wait till the rockets go off. And they go, oh, I guess they were right. We have a saying, rocketed into the fourth dimension of existence, which is an awakening. That's the existence is, oh my God, it's better than I thought. Okay, we're at the 4 o'clock. Something will happen at 7. I don't know what it'll be, but we'll be back here and we'll move further along the path and see where we end up. Thank you all and enjoy dinner. Oh. How you doing? Hi, everybody. My name's Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic. Well, I hope everybody had a good meal, and I'm amazed some of you came back. You must be a glutton for punishment, that you want more of this. I had a wonderful meal with 2 young men from Sweden who are spearheading a reinvigoration of the fellowship over there, and it's real exciting to realize, it's like going back in time when you're going to go and spread the word and get groups started in places that don't have any groups, and how much fun it probably was to be back when you're really just getting this thing off the ground. We got to realize a lot of countries that's going on, where, it's like going back in our early history to watch the struggle, and some of the countries, the government gets involved in it, which is a very difficult thing to deal with, but it happens in some of the communist countries, and I know in Iceland, a little bit over there, and so we are really lucky that our traditions have kept us out of all of that. I don't know if I'll get into those. Yeah, I'll take 10 minutes right now. And just, I want to just comment on a couple of them. I mean, this was a miracle that Bill thought these up and had the foresight to see that as something succeeds, there are problems that happen when you get big that aren't there when you're small. Because when you're small, you don't attract a lot of attention, you don't have clout. You know what I'm talking about now. AA has clout, but it doesn't use it. The potential for clout is there. I mean, boy, if somebody could organize AA as a political force for something, you'd have a lot of force. But AA won't allow itself to be used for that. And one of the reasons is that we have no opinion on any outside issue. Who would have thought that the most opinionated people in the world would come up with the idea of having no opinions on anything. And, they learned that from the Washingtonians. If you're not familiar with them, when I was working in Washington as a lobbyist, the Senate Health and Human Services Committee came up with an idea that we ought to put warning labels on alcohol bottles, like cigarettes. And so they were going, I wonder if it would do any good. And they said, well, who better to ask than AA? I mean, God, those guys would know the answer to that in a heartbeat. That's the biggest place of knowledge we could get. So they got a hold of AA in New York, and they sent somebody down to talk to them. And they explained what they were doing, and they said, well, how does AA feel about this? The guy said, AA has no opinion on that at all. And they put that in the report, and the senators were quite amazed. What do you mean they have no opinion? Well, we just have no opinion. Now, that doesn't mean as individuals we can't have opinions, although I think they're not very valuable either. But most of us think ours are, and that the world can't get along without my opinion on anything. And so my opinion is that label would work, and we ought to have them, and I know exactly what it should say so that we'd finally have a label that would do some good. The label should say, warning, this bottle may run out. You should consider buying 2. And then we wouldn't have alcoholics running out of booze at 11:45 at night, getting back in their car and driving down. Only kidding. So anytime you take a position, I don't care what issue it is, you could take a position against ice cream. And you're going to have all the ice cream lovers no longer trusting AA like they do now. AA is trusted by everyone in society. There's no group that doesn't believe and trust in AA and believe AA's word. And so we have universal acceptance in every aspect of society. I can't think of any other organization that is totally loved no matter what group you go to. And they say, no, we love them, da-da-da. So much so that it is absolutely astounding to me how few times a reporter has parked outside of an AA meeting in order to spot some local politician or some celebrity and then write a little gossipy story. It would be like shooting ducks in a barrel. You know how easy that would be? You get a hold of an AA directory and you sit outside of the meetings. And then you wait. And then you, oh, good, there's the mayor's wife. I mean, a 6th grader could do that. Hardly ever. I mean, I can only think of 1 or 2 times in 40 years. Why? Self-restraint. If the reporter wants to do it, the editor won't allow it. No, we're not going to do that to AA. AA is a good thing, and it does nothing but good for our society, so we're going to leave it alone. And see the advantage of no opinions. And so no matter what noble opinion we took, it's going to alienate this group over here. And then we take another one. So I just wanted to mention that one as a wonderful thing that we ended up with that in order to keep us going. But that's something for a separate day. And you could spend a whole hour easily telling some stories about the traditions. But let's get back to where we were. We started out by saying we're going to start at the end of the program in the 12th step by saying, having had a spiritual awakening as the only result, the one result of these steps, we tried to carry the message. The message is how to have a spiritual awakening. I mean, if you just follow the wording in that step, that's what we're trying to pass on to the next person. And the steps are how that is going to happen. And we went through why we should become interested in this, and it's because of the hopeless nature of the problem. AA is a spiritual program because it has to be. Nothing less can do anything about alcoholism. That's how big a problem it is. It has to be spiritual. In other words, no human power could have relieved our alcoholism. In our history, there was a time when a wealthy Rhode Island businessman, millionaire, and an alcoholic the handwriting was on the wall. He was not going to take over the family business. He was going to die in an insane asylum unless he could get sober. And they tried everything. When you got that much money, you just try everything. And everything failed, and so they sent him to see Dr. Carl Jung in Switzerland. And he stayed there a year because Dr. Jung sometimes incorporated spiritual thinking into his treatment. He was way ahead of his time with the psychiatrists. And at the end of a year, this young man, Roland Hazard, left there, and Dr. Young said, "You understand your situation?" "Oh, yeah, I understand." And he got as far as Paris on his way back to the States, and somebody asked him the wrong question. They said, "Would you like a drink?" And he said, "Don't mind if I do." And he was drunk again in very short order, and after 3 months or so of just hopeless drinking, he went back to Dr. Young and said, "Help me, please." And this is how Dr. Young saved us all. Here's this man with all the knowledge in the world and a man with all the money in the world, and he said to him, "There's nothing I can do for you," generating desperation. See, this is our first example of how important desperation is. Looked him right in the eye and said, "There's nothing I can do for you." "You mean I'm going to just die?" "Yeah. Sorry." And so when you read the ABCs, we're powerless over alcohol, our lives are unmanageable, no human power could have relieved our alcoholism, I always think of Dr. Young. There it is. "I'm sorry, no one on the planet can help you." That'll induce, no, there's no place you can go to be helped. Nowhere, nowhere, nowhere. That gets us in the right frame of mind for C. But God could and would if he were sought. So he said, "I have heard about people with spiritual experiences who have been transformed," which I was trying to do psychiatrically, "so that they were comfortable without alcohol. If I was you, I'd go look for one of those." My point is, do you think he would have looked if Dr. Young hadn't said, "There's nothing I can do for you"? So you have to do that first. You have to completely pull the rug out so that you're in midair, and then you go, "Would you like a parachute?" Up till then, you really weren't interested in parachutes, but you suddenly think that would be a hell of a good idea to try a parachute. And so that's why I like to tell that story, that was all part of our history, and that's how this got established so deeply in us. The search for a spiritual solution. In other words, there it is. The world's biggest authority said, "I'm sorry, there's nothing that can be done for you at the human level." Well, then what other level is there? Well, there's this thing called the spiritual level. Maybe you ought to get interested in that. And that's what we were doing when we were trying to talk about the first few steps, is to generate this interest in spirituality. A religion would try and get our interest by telling us all the good stories, and this is God, and he was born here, and here's all the miracles. And we go, "Oh, that looks good." You follow what I'm saying? Whereas AA goes, "See this fire? It's hell. And if you're going down there, you're going to get burned. You think it's bad today. You keep drinking, it's going to really get bad." My sponsor tells me that in the nut ward. You know what I mean? "Oh, yeah, if you keep drinking, it's going to get bad." And I said, "What is this?" He goes, "Well, this is on the way to bad." "Oh, all right." I don't want to go badder than this. What's that spiritual stuff? You see what I'm saying? In other words, this is where the heat comes from. And then we come and turn our eyes the other way. Now we become, what are the ABC? God could and would if he were, magic word, sought. We become seekers. So there we are. We are seeking. In other words, once we go through, came to believe. In other words, if you're having a problem with the second step, let me rephrase it for you. How about this? Came to believe that there had to be a power greater than ourselves in order to restore us to sanity, or we're screwed. How's that? Can you go that far? Could you say, "Wow, unless a higher power comes along," which I don't think there is one, I'm not going to make it. So that's what you come to believe, that there has to be a higher power. You don't even have to believe in a higher power yet. But your willingness to entertain the idea opens the door. See, you had the door closed before. Now you've said, okay, I don't believe there's a God, but I hope there is one. I hope I'm wrong. And that's what's going on in the second step. It is a reevaluation of our position on higher powers. Not due to a miracle in front of our eyes, but to someone more carefully explaining our situation. Oh my God, I didn't know it was that bad. And now we're open. So now we're going to make a decision to commit to this. We're going to make a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of something we don't even know what it is. Over to whatever takes it, is what my sponsor said. Why don't you turn your life over to whatever will take it? I said, what? What? Well, how do I know that'll be a good idea? He said, oh, I know it'll be a good idea. Why? Because you will no longer be running it. We will take it away from you. Can you imagine anyone doing a worse job than you? We could go down to the zoo and get the gorilla and a dartboard. Yes, no. And then all the rest of the decisions about your life. Should Sandy take that job? And the gorilla goes, whoa, no. Okay. That would be better than if you keep making the decisions. So when you're wearing a wristband from the nut wart, it's hard to argue even against the gorilla. You know what I mean? Okay, I'll try to turn it over. It all sound like mumbo jumbo, but where are you going to go? You're trapped. You're in. And so we do this. And so if we're going to do this, this is a pretty extreme thing, isn't it? I'm going to turn my will and my life over. Well, we're really, when I said earlier, if you just ask the question, the one question, what should I do next? That is a sign of turning your life over. You say, okay, what should I do now? What should I do now? And that's interesting. When I think of someone asking that question, what should I do now? What should I do now? I think of somebody at an entry-level job. You know what I mean? You go, oh, what do I do now? Oh, paint that wall. Okay. What do I do now? It's kind of like a servant. And guess what we're supposed to be with our higher power? What's the highest pay grade in AA? You come in a big shot, and then you work your way all the way up to servant. Servant. Funny thing about a servant, you could say that a servant and a slave are doing the same jobs. Only one's doing it voluntarily and one's doing it against his will. Has no freedom to choose to do this very same work. In other words, the freedom is what we're granted when we are returned to sobriety. It's one of the mixed blessings of the human race is freedom. We die for it. I want my freedom. I want my freedom. Then once we get it, we go, God damn, this is hard. Holy shit. I got a million choices. How do I know which one? And as we go down the path, we end up giving it back to God. God, thank you for freedom. I'm now going to give it back to you. I'm going to give you the most precious gift that you gave me. You gave me free will. We're the only creatures that has that. We're the only ones. And so we end up, what do I do next? Isn't that funny? Here you are running a major company, or you're professor in a college or whatever it is, and you're going down to some truck driver asking him what you should do next. And enjoying the advice. Thanks, Ralph. That's a good idea. Isn't that amazing? So, we're making this decision to turn our will and our life over. But it doesn't get turned over there. It's a decision. It's like a decision to get a degree in psychology. There's a little bit of work between the decision and the degree in psychology, right? When you decide, that's it. You're filling out the papers at the school, you're putting the money down, and you're showing up for the classes. So in AA, what we're saying is you're making a decision to commit yourself to the rest of the steps in order to achieve this turning over and relieving us of the bondage of self. See what Bill calls that? He calls freedom bondage of self-will run riot. It's a wonderful gift, but it goes out of control like that. I mean, the second I had a driver's license, you remember when you first got your driver's license? No, don't go there, don't go there. I went everywhere. And then, of course, the second you start drinking, there was no restraints. There was nothing. You're free to do anything. And it's a wonderful paradox that's really the only way to find God is to really lose him. I think all of us have to be prodigal sons and prodigal daughters and get way out there and then go, I don't like it out here. I'm too lonely. The heck with all this freedom. I want to go back and I want to go home. I want to go back to my higher power. I don't know what I'm doing out here. I don't know if you all had that feeling, but I would go to bed at night sober going, I don't know where I am. I haven't got a clue what life is all about. I try to pretend I'm at the meetings, hi. But when I come home at night and go to bed, I'm going, what is all this? Why can't I figure it out? So we're all lonely. It's a very deep part of human nature is to be lonely. And Dr. Young, in the later years, when Bill Wilson suddenly remembered that he had never told Dr. Young how important it was what he did for Roland Hazard, wrote him a letter giving him a great deal of credit for getting AA started by sending Roland off to the Oxford movement, and then he got Ebby Thatcher, Bill's sponsor, and then Bill. So that chain came right from Roland to Ebby to Bill. And Dr. Young was quite pleased to get the letter, and he thought, I didn't know what happened to Roland, and wow, I'm glad to hear about AA. It sounds like a wonderful organization. As a matter of fact, that's what I was trying to do to Roland. I was trying to cause this spiritual transformation because, in my opinion, the problem that alcoholics really have is a thirst for God. Only they don't recognize it. They don't even know that that's at the heart of why they're in pain and feel lost. And so we seek a solution to that inner turmoil in sex and drugs and rock and roll and alcohol and spending and you name it. We're trying to fix the disease that's inside, meaning I'm never comfortable inside here. Give me a break. What the heck is it? And we try to look out at the material world and find a fix. That's why we call it a fix. You know what I mean? What are we fixing? Everybody wants a fix. What are you fixing? You know that part in here? You just can't get comfortable and you don't even know what's going on? Yeah, that's the thing. Well, that's what Dr. Young was talking about. We had a thirst for our higher power maybe a greater thirst than other people, which would cause us to drink and with reckless abandon, trying to recover, trying to somehow solve this internal thing that we don't know what it is. And so if we could just seek with the same intensity over on the sober side, that would be wonderful. But it's harder to do because the fix doesn't occur as quickly. The spiritual fix is not instant. You have to work at it every day. And so this is what he says is God could and would if he were sought. So if you could imagine, the third step is when you decide to become a seeker, whatever that may mean to you. And there's relative levels to seeking. When I saw that God could and would if he were sought, you know, that's a good word. I think I'm going to sought God. And I got to thinking, seek. You know, I remember I was in the Marine Corps and we had heat-seeking missiles. The first sidewinders on our jets were heat-seeking missiles. And boy, when that missile went out, in the whole sky, it went where there was heat. I mean, you couldn't stop that little sucker. Right up a tailpipe. That's a seeker. You know what I'm saying? And imagine if you sought God with that intensity. You know, where are you going? Don't bother me. I'm seeking God. But it's hard to get to that level, so I look back, and I always mention this in some of my talks, that my experience with seeking. And the earliest seeking I remember was a teacher said, we're going to play hide and seek. Everybody remembers that. In grammar school, we're going to play hide and seek. Well, what's that? Well, Mary's going to hide. Cover your eyes. Mary's going to hide. Then when she's ready, I'll say, go look for Mary. Oh, that sounds like a good game. You remember that? Okay, so boom. Here I go. Over here, over here, over here, over here, over there, over there, over there. I'm starting to lose interest. You know, I was good for 2 minutes. And I'm going, the hell with Mary? What do I care where Mary is? This game is too hard. I'm not interested anymore. So you could call that like a first grade level of seeking. You know, it was fun, but you had to find somebody soon. You couldn't spend the afternoon looking. Then the next level I remember was Easter. And my mother said, well, you kids are old enough, my brother, my sister and I, we're going to hide. The Easter bunny comes, and there's a basket with 6 pounds of chocolate in it. And it's going to be hidden. And when you find it, you can eat it all. I mean, can you imagine being given permission to eat 6 pounds of chocolate? It's like, oh, boy. Now, this was a little higher level than Mary. You know, this was, let's go for it. So, okay, ready, get set. In the basement. But, 15 minutes. Is it in this room? Could you give me a clue? You could see even 6 pounds, it's fading. Oh, is it inside? Is it? Am I hot? Remember all those things? Please, Jesus, I hate this goddamn game. When are we gonna give me the freaking chocolate? You see what I mean? The seeker was losing interest. So then, when I was about 14, we had a golden retriever, and of course, dogs are the center of the family, especially out in the country. And geez, that dog was it. And I came home from school one day, and my parents said that the dog ran away, and we can't find him. And he never came back. And he ran away through those woods right over there. Well, guess who spent the afternoon over there? I never got tired. They'd call me in for supper. I'm still looking for the dog. I'm still looking for the dog, calling his name. And I come home from school the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. When I went off to college, when I would come home, guess who would be over in the woods? You never know. I know it's been 3 years, but he could still be there. You ever do that? You see what I'm talking about? You'd be over there going, are you around? Hey, hey, hey. That's seeking. You follow what I'm saying? That's way out of the league of Easter baskets. Could we get that sort of level of seeking for the biggest prize there is? So that is an individual decision. Your sponsor, your guide is going to take you through these, but the seeking level will always be up to you as an individual. Can you ratchet up that search a little harder? And the rest of your time in AA will be right there in the 11th step. Improve our conscious contact. You follow what I'm saying? Yeah, we got contact, but we're going to improve it. So that is increase the seeking, whatever that may be. Read more spiritual books, try meditation, go to a retreat, do all the various things that occur to us as individuals. So you can see this is kind of leading, this is where it's going to go later on. But the decision here is to become a seeker. I'm going to take the steps, and the end of the steps, I have done as much as a human being can do to get my self-centeredness out of the way in order that this higher power can flow through me. Turns out it's already there. And we are simply removing the blockages so that it can appear, make its presence known in our lives. And so that's what steps 4 through 9 are for, is to remove everything that is blocking the flow of this spiritual energy through you. So that may be a different way of looking at the third step, but it's just a way of presenting the picture of what we're doing through stories. And it may help some of you that are new go, oh, I see what I'm doing now. I see why I'm taking an inventory. It's to get there. It's not some stupid exercise that I have to go through to pass a psychological test or something like that. This is really important because I could get the big reward out of this whole thing. So anyway, that sets the stage for how do we get from there to awakening, okay? I've signed up for school and now I want to get a diploma. How do I get from there to there? And that's what all the middle steps are for, is to remove the barriers between us and our own Creator and that energy, that awareness that there's something bigger than us. And so there's just been a traditional way of looking at these things, and they call them character defects, you can call them shortcomings, you can call them sins, you can call anything you want. But there's sort of a standard list, and I'm very big on using both books, 12 and 12 and the big book. That's just my personal, if your sponsor just wants you to use the big book, just use the big book. He's the guide, okay? I'm just telling you what, for me. And if I were to sit here and give you my book review of the big book versus the 12 and 12, you would hear things like, the 12 and 12 is useless about the first step. The big book covers it totally. The 12 and 12 is practically useless with the second step. The big book covers it totally. And when I come to step 4, I go, big book, how to do it. 12 and 12, it explains what's going on. If you want to try and figure out, well, why am I doing this stuff? Well, now we go over here, I'll explain it to you, the explanation. And Bill says, here's the deal. Human beings have instinctual drives. They were born in you. Where did this stuff come from? Where did all these drives come from? God. Oh, He put them in here? Yeah. Oh, well, then I don't feel so guilty. I thought I put them in here. No, God put them in there. the drive for sex, security, and society. Everybody wants to have sex, to procreate, to have a family, and it's a very powerful drive that you did not create. Your Creator created it. That's in there for you to deal with. It's part of your nature. The same as security. It's just everyone wants a feeling of security. It's a very powerful force. And we sometimes picture it as financial security, job security, family security, whatever it is. But spiritual security is the ultimate. And then everyone wants a place in society where we fit in. I want to be part of something. There's a drive to make us want to be part of something. And we end up being individuals. Remember that? Lone Rangers. Being part of something was not most of our nature. But we got the drive inside, and so we're in conflict with our own instinctual drives when we're trying to handle them. Now here comes the very interesting part of spirituality. If you are simply a human being who is reading magazines and watching television and trying to, how do I fix these drives? I mean, I got this demand for financial security. I can't rest. I got this sexual obsession. I got this, I got to be more important than I am. What do I do about them? When you analyze that all by yourself, you go, I have to get more. Anybody ever come up with a different answer than that? I got this much and it ain't doing it. I got to get more. Okay, so I go on, and I never made a lot of money, but some guys did. And I asked them, I said, when you finally got $1 million, did you just go to bed and go, whew, I'm glad that's over? No, somebody might get that away from me, so I had to get $2 million. You see what I'm talking about? In other words, the demands are, you can't meet them. No matter what you get, they want more. So you're sitting here and you're just going, why would God put that problem in our laps? What kind of a God would do that? You know why? There's a spiritual way of reducing the demands so they aren't bothering us. And it's the only answer that works and brings peace of mind. Therefore, they force us to seek God, which is all He ever wanted us to do in the first place. You see how it's like a, would we have sought Him if it was an option? Hey, I think I'll see how God's doing. Don't need Him for anything. Just thought I'd check in and thank Him for creating the universe. I don't think so. So this is sort of this indirect, but first we have to eliminate all the other ways. You know, well, maybe if I get another tractor and if I buy 3 boats, my neighbor has a bigger boat. If I had that one, I know if I had that, I'd finally go, there. I'm there. It's fixed. So we all have to explore and run out of possibilities until we turn around and go, okay, you claim this spiritual thing, and that's what Bill writes. This is a way of reducing the demands down to where they're supposed to be. They're not supposed to be in charge of us. We are not supposed to be controlled by our instinctual demands. But we are. Everybody is. We're powerless over all that stuff. They're there. They won't give us a break. We can pretend they're not bothering us. We can go, how you doing? Oh, good, I'm fine. Everything. So isn't that nice to know that what's going to happen here by understanding these demands that were God-given, so it's not your fault you have lust. It's just that you are stupid if you try to handle it alone, unaided. You're going to lose every time. Same thing with anger, with any of the 7 deadly sins. You're going to lose them all. They're all going to wipe you out. And the one that kills us is pride, which says, I don't care if they're going to wipe you out. You ain't asking for help. And look at that. Is that a setup for disaster? And we just sit there and pride just go, no. Don't admit you even have the freaking problem. Your sponsor will be wanting you to do something on that next. So they set the stage in the 12 and 12 of explaining the nature of what this is. And then we go over and now we see this is how it's done. And it's so laid out, so beautiful in the big book with the columns and the paper, and you can write out, and it's just as clear as a bell. And we start through going back with everything we have a resentment about, everything we have a fear about, sex problems that we have, and just put them all down, the people, et cetera, and is a wonderful exercise in inventorying for the first time a real picture of ourselves. And when we're willing to do that, and like I said earlier, it generally takes about 2 years and 4 hours. 2 years to buy the pad, 2 months to buy the pencil, another month to sharpen the pencil, and then we go, okay, and there's the 4 hours. That was what I was saying. So it's a rather long process. It could be longer than 4 hours, but I'm just trying to make a point that most of the time spent is getting ready to do it. And so this, and our guide, our sponsor, will be glad to help us as we're trying to work this through and get it all down. Then comes, and I'm going to cover one more before we take a break, then comes a step that suggests that we admit this to God, ourselves, and another human being. The God part's all right because he already knows. Myself, that's all right, I already know. But this other human being, I don't think we need to include another human being with this stuff that's here. And Bill points out, well, one of the character defects that almost every one of us has is rationalization. Would everybody agree that we all have rationalization? Well, if you rationalize everything, how do you know this list is worth anything? This could be a bunch of crap. Well, how can we validate what's on this list? Oh, that's the thing I was talking about earlier. It's impossible to know the truth about yourself alone. You always have to run everything by somebody else. That's how it works. You always have to run everything. That's how you do it. You know what I mean? Like, what's a good way to find out if your taillight is working? You pull up next to a guy and say, could you check and see if my taillight's working? Then you pull, he says, working. See how easy it is when you involve someone else? Not self-centered people. They wouldn't ask anybody. They'd try and find a store with a fake glass window in it and back up to it and look in the rear view mirror and I can tell whether a taillight's on without asking anybody else. That's us. I don't do that. But when you get over on the spiritual side, no more being alone. No more being alone. That fourth step, you have no idea how to put it in a third dimension. It's in 2 dimensions. It's on a piece of paper. It goes up and down and across. Now we got to see the third dimension. Which is relatively more of a problem, this or this? How bad is this? Well, how do I see the third dimension? By running it by someone else. And it's amazing as we share this and they ask us questions that what we thought was really a big problem was not so important, and something we were overlooking turns out to be, wow, I really got to get a handle on that. And we find the whole thing comes into view like it never was. You know those 3-dimension movies or things you look through and you go, boom, and all of a sudden you see the 3D thing. And it's just like, wow, I never saw myself that way before. That's right. That's why this is so wonderful to go and share. Not only do we see it differently, but we finally are no longer carrying the burden that we call our cross, the heavy burden that we carry. I did men's retreat. I've been working a year on putting this thing together in Tampa, and we just had it last couple of weeks ago. And we had about 55 guys from all over the country, and it was for people who've been around a while, trying to go to another level. And if anybody's interested, I got some cards, and I'll be glad to give them to you for the ones next year. One of the things we came across was, how do things get heavy when we say we have such a heavy load? And I told a story about when I was in the Marine Corps, and we were taking people through basic training. We went on a 20-mile hike, and in order to make it with a 30-pound pack, and boy, you're grinding it out. And one of the tricks the drill sergeants would play, at the 10-mile mark, you took a break, and you're drinking water, and you're getting a little bit of a rest. And they would pick out one of the cockier recruits, and they'd go up to him, and they'd go, "O'Reilly, you are unbelievable. I can't believe how great you are doing. You're the guy that we stuck an extra 20 pounds in his pack. You're actually carrying 50 pounds, and you are as fresh as all the rest of the guys. We just wanted to congratulate you." Now, his pack is actually 30. He doesn't finish the march because that extra 20 pounds kills him. And it only exists in his head. You follow what I'm saying? They were kidding him that he had an extra 20 pounds. And so here he is mentally carrying 50 pounds and wears him out. So where does the weight come from? It comes from our thinking. We tell ourselves that I am carrying a very heavy burden. And then comes the most important part. We believe it. And once we believe it, we react to it emotionally, and we're exhausted. Oh, this is killing me. What? What? Well, someone did this. Yeah. Well, I know they did it, and it doesn't bother me. Yeah, but they did it to my brother. I see. And you're carrying the burden of them doing it to your brother. Yeah. Yeah, I owe it to my brother. I see. You owe it to your brother to put a heavy cross on your back and wear yourself into the ground. Why? We have anybody want to guess what Bill says about that in our literature? He says this word several times. That's really stupid. That burden is stupid to be carrying. And it's just like, so what we did, we had everyone write down their burdens before they came. What is weighing on you, your resentment, your anger, all of the burdens that you are carrying, and bring them on a piece of paper, because we're going to have a ceremony to get rid of them. And so we got there, and we passed out styrofoam cups, and we had everybody tear up all the items that were their heavy burden and put them in the cup to get rid of them, you know what I'm saying? And then you brought the cup up to the front of the room, and I had a plastic trash bag, and you stood there and you said, "Let go." And then you went back and sat it down, and you said, "Let God," and you sat down. So the letting go was to just take it out of my hands. So then we had the heavy crosses of 55 men in this bag. And we had this gal that was helping us during the, preparing and sort of doing all the stuff that put it together. And she is about as skinny as a toothpick. And we asked her to come up and try and pick up these 55 crosses with one hand in this trash bag. And she could do that with no effort whatsoever. She just picked that thing up and walked out of the room with it like it didn't weigh an ounce. We're trying to dramatize that problems consist of thoughts which are weightless. It's an illusion that we have these burdens. We have told ourselves this is very heavy and I must act accordingly, that it is that heavy. So when we ask God to relieve us of the bondage of self, that's what we're talking about. The fact that we told ourselves, I am carrying a heavy burden. This inventory process is designed for us to see through a lot of what we are doing to ourselves. And that's really why that fourth and fifth step is so revealing. And we're at the time, so let's take a 10-minute break. And then God knows what we'll get for the next hour, but something will happen. Okay, thanks. When you go, I'm going to be working on this house for 50 years before I ever get all this done. I mean, you get exhausted looking at the amount of work. And then we go, oh, wait a minute. We forgot to tell you. You're not going to do the work. A contractor's going to do the work. You just list what needs to be done. Ooh. Wait a minute. There might be more. Now we'd go back. Would you have a different look then about the house? Oh, well, wait a minute. Well, this needs to be repainted. Well, this is what we're going to tell you now. You're not going to do the work. God is. How do you like that? You're not going to do anything about all these character defects, about fixing them, becoming a better person. Nothing. God's going to do it. That's how it's done. We're powerless over getting rid of all this stuff. Don't even think about it. Well, wow, I like that. That sounds great. So how do I get them removed? Real easy. You just become entirely ready to have the contractor come over and do all the work, and then pick up the phone and humbly ask him. That's it? Yeah. Boy, that's the greatest news in the world. Well, if it's that simple, why doesn't everybody have a perfect house? Why aren't we all perfect? All we have to do is ask God to remove our character defects. We're entirely willing to have God remove them and humbly ask Him. So here, we're going to see two slants between the big book and the 12 and 12. In the big book, it just is what I don't have. Well, I got a big book in my pocket, but am I exaggerating when I say that both steps are covered in one paragraph or a paragraph and a half? Well, if you can get really willing, you might say something like this: a 7-step prayer. As a joke, I've often said, oh, it says to say something like this. Not to say this, but something like this. So maybe you're supposed to make up your own 7-step prayer. Okay, only kidding. I love to drive sponsors crazy because they're pigeons that come, well, what prayer am I supposed to say? He said, look, it says something like this. That means saying something different from this, right? Why am I saying this when it says, oh, okay. That's like saying, Half measures will avail you nothing. On the other hand, you'll be amazed before you're halfway through. I mean, there seems to be a problem there. Ask your sponsor to explain that one. Okay. So we're into, so the big book is accurate in that a prayer, the 7-step prayer, said in full willingness will work. But we still have our character defects. And we said it. We said it as hard as we know how to say it. And we still have a lot of our character defects. So what's the deal? What is going on? And this is where the 12 and 12 is so helpful. The 6-step explanation in the 12 and 12 is very, very helpful in having us understand why we still are messed up. And it starts out by saying this is the step that separates the men from the boys, the women from the girls, whatever. It's a statement meaning here's where the rubber meets the road. How? What are we talking about? We're talking about the difficulty of becoming entirely ready. That is the heart of the program. This is where the ego draws the line. So far, it's been going along. Go ahead, inventory. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead and make amends. Fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. But here, that's going too far. That is going too far. You want to let God entirely in, which will replace me with God. You see what I'm saying? And he goes, no way. And so there we are. Why is it so hard to become entirely willing to have God remove all of our defects of character, which would be perfection? Right? If God removed everything, we would be perfect. Oh, well, so then we got to find a way. Well, I don't want to be perfect. Why don't I want to be perfect? I wouldn't exist anymore in the traditional sense. You follow what I'm saying? My ego would be set aside and God would be in charge of everything. I would simply be a servant asking God what to do next. I would have no other identity. I wouldn't be a big shot. I wouldn't be, making my little speeches. I wouldn't. What the hell would I do? I would be, anybody remember the sentence in the big book? The hole in the donut. That's in step 3, but it really applies up here in step 6. I would be a non-entity. If all I did, I'd be like a little robot. God goes, go over there, okay. No, go over there, okay. Go help that person, okay. Well, when do I get to be in charge of something? When do I? The I. What about me? This is when the fight starts. Okay, God. Shut up! Enough about God. What about me? You know what I'm saying? Don't you get tired of hearing about God? The party's going, okay, I got it, God. But now let's talk about me. And that's right here. This is where the self-centeredness realizes it's going too far if we start messing around with this step. This is going too far. So, Bill writes in there, this, right here, this tension, he calls it the riddle of our existence. That's the line out of the 12 and 12. Why are we stuck here? Why would we be so stupid as to not have the contractor come out and make our house perfect? Why would we? All we have to do is pick the phone up, Acme Construction, come on over, here's my address. Prepaid, everything. Why can't we pick the phone up? He says, the real answer may only lie in the mind of God. I'm quoting the 12 and 12. But Here's Bill's guess as to what it is. And he premises this by saying, having been granted a perfect release from alcohol as the result of becoming entirely willing to have God take it, asking, please, 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 and it's gone. That's the real problem. We know it works. It worked on our worst problem, the one that was killing us. It worked. So why can't we just take that proof and do it on all the others? Gossip, lust, greed, envy. Why can't we just wipe them out? Why can't we just wipe them out? And that's where he says his guess is the rest of them aren't fatal like alcohol was. Alcohol was going to physically kill us. And if we die, meaning as a functioning human body, the ego dies. And, well, I think I'll allow a total surrender on the alcohol department in order to stay alive so that I can maintain the control, and I'll do all the manipulating over in all the other areas and keep this ball game going that we exist separate from God. We got to keep that separate existence or it evaporates. The whole illusion game is over, like the movie The Illusionist. Anybody see that? It was pretty good. The two guys competing who can create the better illusion. And once you learned the secret, the guy couldn't do the illusion on you anymore. Oh, I know, there's a secret trap door and so it's no longer illusion. I don't even want to watch. So if we can see each illusion that the ego is playing on us, like the manufacturer of heavy burdens, we can stop paying attention to the various things that used to blow our minds. And so he says, what the ego does, it settles for as much perfection as will get us by. And I think that is the perfect choice of words for the human condition. I'm a businessman, and I think honesty is very important. What I want is a reputation for being honest. I don't really want to be honest. I want to have a reputation for being honest, because if I let God in to make me totally honest, I wouldn't be able to pull those little deals that have to be done in the business world every so often. In order to stay alive, you have to, you know what I'm saying. You gotta save the option to every so often. Not as a way of life, but just you gotta hold it in reserve. So what I want is to be almost totally honest. Okay? And then he goes through all of the character defects, and we find that we're setting limits just shy of perfection on all of these. So Dr. Bob wrote that gossip is one of the worst things affecting AA. You start spreading stories about each other and ruining somebody's reputation, or doing this and doing that, and she's having an affair, and he just left her, and he shouldn't be speaking at this meeting after what he did. And so we go, there comes a time when you say to yourself, that's disgusting. That's just ridiculous. I can't believe I was right in the middle listening to that story and laughing, and then I told Joe, and this is just, God, I want gossip totally removed from my life. I just want it, it's gone. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to say it, I never want to have anything to do with gossip. Well, I never want to originate gossip. See, that's the real That's where the crime gets started, is in the origination of gossip. To be as malicious as to make up a story about someone that's our mutual friend that's just disgusting. Now, on the other hand, if I'm simply serving as a telephone pole with wires between them and them, I'm just allowing the story to flow along, not originating it. I'm sort of a neutral middle passer-on of the bad story originated by that bad person over there and merely flowing through me. So what I'd like to get rid of is all origination of gossip. You see what I did? I took a pretty strong middle-of-the-road stand on gossip. So what about lust? That's caused more problems. Just think of all the problems that lust has caused. God, you got an obsession. There's the guy next door. There's the gal next door. The guy at work. He wants me to, oh, God, and there's this, and there's porn late at night, and there's the sex and everything that they're selling. I don't care if they're selling a cake. There's somebody in a bikini holding it up. I mean, it's part of everything. I think that if I could get rid of that, imagine how free you'd be if you could just get rid of that. Just imagine yourself zero lust. Zero? How do we get to zero? I was just wanting some relief from some of the problems that I have. Now you're down to zero. What is zero? Okay, I'm walking around and I never have any lust. Is that like being dead? What is? I think this step is too extreme. I mean, who the hell what is this zero? Zero? What I'd like to cut way back. I'd like you to take 60% of my lust and pew. That's what I'd like. We could do this with anything that you enjoy. Greed, how much money? I want to give up even thinking about money. I don't need money. Money doesn't buy happiness. Did you ever think about our money? The founding fathers were very spiritual. And they built this country on spiritual principles, and they knew that abundance was a necessary thing for a happy society, so they created money and a central banking system so that there would be abundance. But they knew that money is not going to make you happy. So they put on the money a warning label. In God we trust. Don't trust money. Can you imagine totally relying on God for what money is providing? Almost. I can almost imagine it. In other words, the problem with this step is God. Freaking God he cuts you no slack. You know what I mean? God is an all or nothing guy. There's no middle ground. There's no, hey God, help me be semi-honest. Okay, son, I'll be glad to. No, he goes, no, you're on your own. You be semi-honest. You ever want to get totally honest? Call me. Too extreme. Turns out the only help that's available is perfect help. There's a great C.S. Lewis story about a little boy. Sometimes I've told this in talks. Little boy had a toothache, and he's a baseball player, and he's in the 6th grade, and the coach said, tomorrow's the big game, guys. We've won a lot of games. This could really push us into the championship. And don't think about the game. We're not going to talk about the game. All I want you to do is go home tonight, eat a nice meal, and get 8 hours sleep. Just go to bed early. You get 8 hours sleep, we'll win. So he comes home and he tells his mother, I got to get 8 hours sleep. And so he eats early, goes to bed, goes to sleep. About midnight, a little toothache starts to wake him up. And he goes, God, I'm starting to get some of a toothache there. If I call my mother, she'd bring 2 aspirin. I wouldn't feel the pain anymore. I'd be back to sleep in 2 minutes flat. But he doesn't call his mother. He decides to wait and see if it goes away by itself. And he waits about 10 minutes, and it's getting worse. And he goes, I probably ought to call my mother and get those 2 aspirin, and I could go right to sleep, only miss 10 minutes sleep. He waits 2 hours, hoping that the toothache will go away by itself, and then he calls his mother to get the 2 aspirin. And he goes right to sleep, but he only got 6 hours. They do lousy in the game. So the question is, what the hell is going on in that kid's head that he would sit there for 2 hours without calling his mother? Here's the answer. He knew his mother. He knew she would give him the 2 aspirin. But she wouldn't stop there. She would make a dental appointment to see what was going on in the tooth. And he also knew his dentist. And he knew every time you go to a dentist, he looks at that tooth and fixes it, but while you're there, he looks at every other tooth in your mouth. And then you have a series of appointments until you have perfect teeth. He didn't want perfect teeth. He wanted 2 aspirin. That's all he wanted. He didn't want anything beyond the 2 aspirin. But the only help that was available was perfect teeth. And that's what we're faced with in the 6th step. There's no partial help available. And so our challenge as we move through sobriety is to become ever more willing, more ready on each of the character defects that we have. How can we develop a bigger willingness? How can we struggle with this? And a lot of times our higher power just makes us struggle with things until we finally admit we really can't do a damn thing about them. And C.S. Lewis, who's a very good spiritual writer, he offers an explanation like this, that if we were to just look at something and say, God, please remove that. I'm really ready that you take it. And he did. Our ego would jump in and say, we could have done that without God, and take credit for it. Whereas if we struggled for 8 years and failed and failed and failed, but kept coming back, then we'd understand, no way I could have ever done it on my own. And there's no way that the ego can take credit when it is lifted out of us. That's just one way of looking at it. But it was so you can see the 6th step is the beginning of a lifetime struggle towards perfection, or as close as we can get in this lifetime. So we never want to stop, and we never want to feel bad about failing. God, I just almost got through the eating 12 cakes a week. And there's nothing wrong with forgiving ourselves as we fail, so that we don't add a bigger burden to what we have. Forgiveness is a very powerful thing. And I honestly believe that God forgives me as I'm failing. He just goes, son, you're powerless. And so I forgive you. You're forgiven right now. Somebody said with the nails going in, forgive them. They know not what they do. The greatest spiritual event I saw last year was the Amish forgiving the murderer and going over to his family and helping them. It's better to comfort than be comforted. It's better to understand than to be. It was almost like looking at the prayer of St. Francis in action to watch those people. It just blew my mind. I was so happy to see that there was something like this actually happening. And so this forgiveness is a remarkable thing, and it's very important that if your higher power is forgiving you as you're failing, that you forgive yourself as you're failing, and not add to the burden of more weight on your shoulders, keeping you further away from your higher power. We're not condoning anything. We're simply admitting we're powerless and forgiving ourselves so that we can get up and try again. I'm going to try even harder. And no need to have 50 pounds of unforgiveness on our backs as we're struggling with whatever it is we're all struggling with. Everybody's got something different that you're struggling with, whether it's eating or shopping, or you can't get my finances, I can't stop having affairs, I can't stop obsessing about him, about her, whatever it is. Politics is driving me crazy, I can't sleep, I got an ulcer, whatever it is. These are self-imposed, that the removal of me getting my way is going to hurt. Because every time I don't get my way, and I want to not get my way with anything. So I am going to voluntarily dismantle my having to have everything a certain way. And I know I'm going to do it kicking and screaming. No, not that. No, I don't want to give up that. But I want to do it anyway. I've seen all the fine print, and I still want to sign the contract. Now we're getting up where humility is. You see what I'm saying? We fully understand the entire deal, and we still want to go through with it. That's really wanting to seek. So one way of looking at this is, I really want to go for the whole 9 yards. I really want to be able to see this world the way God sees it. Why settle for less? I'm just asking us all the question. Why not go for it? There it is. We explained the fine print, so let's all sign the contract. We'll be happy that we did, I know that. That's where the half measures avail us nothing, and we stood at the turning point, and all of these moments are there, and then we go, why not? Now it's going to happen in sobriety. We make big leaps, and then we go along, and then I'm going to go. And so this is it. Here's another point. Why not? Whatever it is. Maybe you saw yoga thing that you think would help your spiritual program. Maybe you heard about this. Maybe instead of saying no to all these things, why don't we say yes? You see what I'm saying? We're being led. There are things that are put right in our path. Wouldn't you like to do that? I remember I was dating a girl up in Washington, and she was into all this New Age crap and all these stupid people with astrology and all these books and all this stuff. And some guy was coming to town. Oh, you got to go hear Stephen Levine. You got to go hear Stephen Levine. Oh, blah, blah, blah. You want to go? No, I don't want to go. Well, I'm not going to go out with you anymore unless you go. I don't know, something like that. Okay, I'll go. Did you ever go to anything where, okay, I'll go? And you go, boy, this is going to be awful, but I'll be here. So this guy stands up, and there's a room about this big, and he says, oh, hi, everybody. I think we'll start out with a guided meditation. I went, He blew me away. That's all I can tell you. Just, holy cow. I've read everything he's written. It's like, so we want to be open to things that are sent our way. You know, when we talk about God calling, let me just wrap up with this, because it ties in with exactly what we're talking about in these two steps. You know the book God Calling? I was in a church one day and I saw a painting, and I said, there's the book. And it was a Christ figure, you know, the one with the beard and this and the robe. And he's standing at a big wooden door in an old cottage. You know, they were thick doors with the door knocker on there. And he's got his hand, you can see, just getting ready to knock. And I go, God calling. You follow what I'm saying? And I said, okay, that couldn't happen, but then I'm in my head, I'm a crazy guy, so I make up a story. And I go, okay, Sandy, you're sitting in your condo in Tampa, all by yourself. There's a knock on the door. Who is it? God. Okay, who is it really? It's God. You've been praying for me. You wanted me to come and end your life. I'm here. I'm answering your prayer. Oh, come on. Just open the door. That's all that's necessary. If you open the door, the kingdom is yours. Well, how do I know it's God? I mean, come on. It could be my neighbors, and then they're going to laugh in my face that I believed that it was God. I mean, what are you talking about? And God says, well, your mother died about 10 years ago. Would you like to talk to her? And I said, yeah. Boom, there's my mother. Mom, what are you doing here? Son, that's really God. Let him in. I am, Mom. I'm going to. I promise. I'll think about it. What am I doing? What is going on inside of me that I'm not going to open that door? And then she goes away, he does some other miracles and all that. And he's there, and he just said, do you want me in your heart or not? And I didn't expect you today, God. I mean, I think you're supposed to get ready for, like, when you're coming. Open the door. That's all you have to do. You walk over and open that door, and I will come in. Wow, God, I know this is going to be hard for you to probably understand. But you knocked right in the middle of the last episode of The Sopranos. All of the pieces come together right in the next 10 minutes. Would it be unreasonable for me to ask, could you come back? Can anybody imagine doing that? And I watch the end of The Sopranos, and then I go to the door. And I open it, and there's nobody there. And I go, I knew it was a joke. I knew it was a joke. So there it is. See how hard it is? But it's so simple. So what's standing between me and the door? Me! There's no other resistance. There's no other barrier. There's no other problem. There's no other obstacle except me. Standing between me and the jackpot. So the more we can seek, the more we can see through the illusions, the more we can inventory, the more we can do this, the closer we can come to opening the door. Let's take a break, and we'll be back tomorrow morning. Thank you all for your attention. You've been great to stay awake this long. Good morning, everybody. My name's Sandy Beach. I'm an alcoholic. I'm glad to see people actually came back. That's a good sign right there. Well, let's see. I think we got somewhere up around step 7 yesterday. And just to refresh the starting point, which was a spiritual awakening. We sort of used a bookend approach to this thing. We started on this side with the goal so that we don't lose sight of it. It's this having had a spiritual awakening as a result of this, all this work is to have that change of vision within you take place, not within somebody else. In the beginning, you believe in it because you saw it happen to somebody else. But the point is to have that happen to you so that when you look around, it's a much better place to live than it used to be. And when that happens, it's a lot easier to live life. You just go, oh, wow, this is a much better place than I used to live. Kind of like what happened after 3 drinks. You remember that? You went in there, 1, 2, hey, man, this is more like it. Look at all the nice people. Look at it. I'm looking in the mirror. I'm a nice guy. You remember? How much time did you spend at the bar looking in the mirror? Wow, that's amazing. So it transformed the way you saw things. That's a spiritual awakening. You see what I'm talking about? And so that's what you want to have happen, is you look and go, wow, this is a pretty good world. It looks fair. I can see the point of it all. So that's the point, and then carrying the message is showing somebody else how to have that happen to them. Now, granted, along the way, you have to stay sober, you have to go to meetings, and that's all essential, but the goal is to have that transformation happen to you. Then we went back to the other side and said, why in God's name would I be interested in anything like that? And we found out that we have a disease that requires that we have that happen to us, or it's going to kill us. I'm sure if we had a program for cancer patients and we said, if you just work these steps and have this awakening take place, you don't have to worry about cancer anymore. They'd be in here in droves. We wouldn't be able to seat everybody. And they'd be paying strict attention. Okay, yeah. I'm going to go to Alaska to make an amend. I'm going to make this happen so that I don't continue with this disease that I have. And that's what alcohol is, but as we learned in some of the later steps today, it's a subtle foe. And it makes us feel like we're well. Boy, 6 months without a drink, I'm cured. And my friend reminded me, it's on that point that we need each other. We need each other to go, Janet, what's going on? You look like you're back in your ego again. You've no patience, no tolerance. What's going on? We need somebody to be taking our inventory. Because there's a funny thing in spirituality, about spiritual progress that is both positive and negative. And this is what I mean. This is what I made up is an ego prayer. Now, egos obviously don't pray. They don't even like to hear the word God, because that's infringing on their territory. In their world, they're God, and we don't need anybody else. I'm the center, I'm the baby, the king, that whole thing. It's me. Get that God thing out of here. But they're very clever, and you've been fooled by your own thinking how many times? I mean, it's just like it's like the Charlie Brown and the football. Every freaking Thanksgiving, okay, that's your ego. I will not move the football. Okay. I can't believe I did that to myself again. That's what was going on inside of us. I can't believe that I fell for that again. So anyway, in order to make a big show out of acknowledging the spiritual progress that has taken place inside of me, I might find myself saying something like this, and it sounds good, except it isn't coming from my heart, it's coming from my ego. So I might be actually on my knees. God, I just want to thank you for all the things you've done for me. I am so grateful that you took me from the gutter and lifted me up and took away all my anger and took away my resentments and made me have friends and gave me this wonderful program, gave me the ability to see what a wonderful world it is. You filled my heart with love. I don't know how I can ever repay you. I am so grateful that you have now placed me in a position where I no longer need to mess around with you. I am so happy that you have returned me to a place of self-sufficiency so that I now am fine again. Thank you, God, for getting the hell out of my life. You see how subtle it is? God finally fixed me. That's the trick. What do you mean, fixed you? I mean, it's like coming down in a parachute and going, thanks for getting me down to 5,000 feet. I'll take it from here on my own. Hello? So alcoholism is a subtle foe, and as we get in the 10th step, it says, we're not cured of alcoholism. We have a daily reprieve contingent on our spiritual condition. And so we always have to be on the lookout for this mental prestidigitation, and, it's amazing. Bill writes somewhere, well, he writes it more than one place. He writes a sentence that I think is really interesting. He says, our problems, we think, are of our own making. They arise out of us. You know what I'm saying? It's like you have a little factory down there. Hey, we're running low on problems. And then here they come. Now we got one. We didn't have one before. And so if you think about it, how is a problem, how is a resentment created? I mean, what is the dynamics of it? And I would submit to you that it's almost like a magic trick. Like if I'm a magician up here, I'm going to actually do a trick this right now. And I'm going to cause a resentment to appear right in front of your eyes. Because yesterday I saw in the parking lot one of those new Mercedes with 12 cylinders, the big car. And so using that Mercedes as a way, I'm not going to use my hands. I'm going to hold them still, so I won't be moving them at all. And I'm going to create a resentment right here in front of you. Some guy in this room has a new Mercedes with 12 cylinders. And I don't. And that's not fair. Did anybody feel the resentment appear? Could you just... That's not fair that he has that Mercedes and I don't. What is it? What it was made out of whole cloth. It was just manufactured out of thin air. Whee! There's a resentment out of a parked Mercedes. Out there, I don't even know whose it is. It could be the hotel owner. But my mind looked at that and said, hey, opportunity for a problem. Let's go look at it. So far, so good. I'm just overlooking. Wow. Then I come down. Why don't I have one of those? Yeah, why don't you? What's going on with the world? How come he has it, you don't? Well, it's not fair. Well, it never has been fair. I know that. Well, let's think about all the things that aren't fair. Oh, God, all the way back to I was 7. Remember that time my sister took away the goddamn thing? Then I was in high school, didn't get on the team, and the other guy got on the team, and he got the girlfriend. We have a file cabinet that the Mercedes just opened up. Everything that has been unfair that we kept very careful tab of. So we learn in here that fairness, oddly enough, is a one-way street. It only goes out from me. It's not supposed to come back to me. I'm supposed to be fair, and then I'll be happy. You understand the difference? It's if I'm fair to everyone. In other words, it's just the opposite of what we think. If I treat everybody fairly, I will sleep like a baby. If they don't treat me fairly, they won't sleep like a baby. We don't need to get even. We don't need to settle the score. We don't need to do anything. It's already been done. By them not being fair. If they're mean, they have to go to bed after having been mean. Remember when you were mean? And we still can't let ourselves off the hook for some of the stuff we did when we were drinking. So we don't need to do anything to anybody who treated us badly. It's already being done. So we only have to concern ourselves with, am I being fair? So that really takes the burden off. We don't even have to keep track of whether we're being treated fairly. It's a total waste of time. It's an exercise in problem creating. I'm going to look around and see if I was treated fairly today. And it's a setup for feeling terrible that night. As you think, here's 3 places where I was treated unfairly today. And when we create a world with our thinking, that's the one we go to bed in. We just lie in bed in this unfair bed. You know what I mean? I can't even sleep in this stupid bed now. And it just changes everything because we're reversing. When we get to the prayer of St. Francis, you'll see how the energy is supposed to go the other way. We just have it backwards. And we think that we need. And the reason we think we need is we're living in this world that we discussed earlier, the ego world that has no God. And of course we need, because our Creator isn't there in this imaginary place. And we need everything in order to keep this thing going. And when we suddenly realize, wait a minute, I am just the guy sweeping on the stage. You remember that? The act, that's all I'm supposed to be doing. I'm not supposed to make up a story about how unfair it is to sweep on the stage and then live in that story about how unfair everything is. I'm supposed to, so we're abandoning, that's why Bill said old ideas avail us nothing. Those are the old storylines that produce terrible unhappiness. We just keep repeating those same old storylines and get miserable. So this is what we're inventorying. These are all the things we're trying to get rid of. And Chuck Chamberlain, God bless his soul, he just spent his life uncover, discover, discard. What else is going on inside of me that is playing a trick on me, that I'm wrong about? And find it and then ask God to remove it, discard it, let go of it, let go. If you really wanted, if somebody said to me, could you summarize the whole spiritual program in 2 words? I would say, I think these would come very close. Let go. In other words, everything that we're inventorying, everything, like when we're going to go make amends for the past, we're trying to let go of it. This is how we let go of the past. Somebody come up to me and say, oh God, I've had this thing, it's driving me crazy, it's the emergency of my life, I don't know what I should do, it's just the biggest thing in the world. You know what I would say? Well, how about going to the movies? Why don't you just go to the movies? I can go to the movie when I get this. No, just go to the movies. Ask God to watch that problem. You buy your ticket and then go out front. Hey, God, I'm going to go in the movies. Now, would you please take, this is the problem. You will guard it? No, yeah, I'll take care of it while you're in the movie. Okay. And then go in the movies and just go to the movies. That's the greatest thing you could do with that problem. You will come out and the problem will be about this big compared to that big. Because if it was that big, you wouldn't be able to go to the movies with a problem that big. But if you go to the movies and you go, well, it couldn't be that big because I went to the movies. You see what happens? You tricked your own trickery. I keep using the word trick and illusion and all that because it's one way of explaining the ego, which is our arch enemy. So it's consider this. I was feeling terrible, depressed. Somehow I let things, they're just bugging me. And I said, I'm going to trick myself into feeling better. Did you ever say that to yourself? I'm going to trick myself into feeling better. So I said, watch this. He won't even see it coming. I'm walking down the road. I come to the newspaper vending machine. Oh, I think I'll check the news. I'm really not going to check the news, but I put the quarter in, I take it out, and I open the news. Well, this is going on. Uh-oh, the movie section. Wow, let's see what's there. So then I look at it, I go, oh my God, there's a good movie. We could go to the movies. What do you think about that? Oh, yeah. And there's a whole new part of me that goes, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Well, why don't we see what time it's playing? Oh, my God, we could actually go. Do we get popcorn? Yeah, we get popcorn. No kidding. Wow, I think I'll go with you to the movie. Okay, let's go. And I go, and I'm in there, and I'm going, ha ha. I faked myself out. I'm having a good time. I'm sitting in the movies. Ha ha. I almost feel like going like that to the other part of me. And so you all were with me when you saw, wow, he did trick himself into feeling better. Now, here's the important thing to understand. We tricked ourselves into feeling bad in the first place. We're just getting even. You see what I'm saying? We're just getting even. Oh, you tricked me into having a resentment. I'm going to freaking movies. Ha ha, now I got you. So I'm using these little stories as just examples of the real nature of what we're dealing with. We're dealing with problems of our own making. And that's in the big book, 2 places, if I recall. After all, we are not a glum lot. I mean, just think of all the different quotes you could go. That's not who we are. We make up a story that I'm glum. Our basic nature is happy, joyous, and free. God's will for us to be happy, joyous, and free. I created this great world. I gave you a job sweeping the stage, and I promised you'd be happy as a pig in mud if you just swept the stage. That's what I gave you. I gave you this beautiful thing, and it's a wonderful place to hang out and just be happy. Well, thank you, God, but I think I can improve on that. I'm going to get out of this sweeping job, and I'm going to run, and I'm really not happy, and I don't need you. I'll do it myself, and then off we go. So anyway, we get to 8 and 9, which are probably the easiest steps to explain the mechanics of. We're rapidly approaching now, we've done so much work, the desired location that we're trying to live in, which is in step 10, which is today. You follow what I'm saying? There's 3 places to be: the past, now, and the future. The now is real. Whenever we're in the now, we are exactly what we're supposed to be, where we're supposed to be, and when we're supposed to be. That is the place to stay at all times. But we don't spend a lot of time in the now because we're very busy in other locations. And most of us have very little time for the now, because we're very concerned with the past and very concerned with the future. Now, in order to not be in the now, just follow me, in order to be in the past, how do I get there? I make up a story about the past and tell it to myself. Hey, you remember 4 years ago when the guy went, oh yeah. How do I get in the future? I make up a story about the future. You know what I mean? Like I'm sitting here, I'm real happy, and I'm sitting here and my ego says to me, hey, I wonder how the future's going to be. I guess I better go check it out. So I go ahead, and I go, wow, it's a couple months from now, what am I got to go? Oh, geez, that's going to be awful. I know that. And I go over there, that's going to be the scariest sales call I ever go on. And if I go over here, I'm going to ask her out, and she's going to say no. I'm going to feel like crap. I might as well drink now. So I spend about an hour checking out the future, and I come back, and I go, it's awful. I don't even want it to happen. I was just out there. God damn. So we spend an hour visiting the future, ruining the now. Now the now is, oh God. So you can see what a waste of time it is to be anywhere but the now. But in order to get there, there's some work we got to do, and this is how we take care of the past. We can finally settle with the past in steps 8 and 9. And it really is a question of sitting down and having harm explained to us. Made a list of all the people we had harmed. And I thought I had done a really good job. In other words, I looked at the 12 and 12. 12 and 12 has a lot of examples of harm. And it isn't just, well, I owe this money, I wrecked this guy's house. There's all kinds of harm that I hadn't thought about. Withholding affection. Do you ever do that with any of your kids? And I'm not going to be nice to them until they behave and treat this daughter better than the son so that he'll be upset and that'll get even with him for staying out late. And I mean, there's so many subtle ways that we can harm someone, which is to upset their peace of mind and to create disharmony. Bill uses that word a lot, that harm is really in disharmony. I mean, I'd come after a weekend, come back to work, I've got the hangover, I'm dying, and people are coming in, they're happy. Oh boy, I had a great time this week. Oh boy, it drove me crazy, they were happy. I just hated that they were happy, so I'd glare at them. Hey, get unhappy like me. Then it would be fair. I'd bring everybody down to my unhappy level. All right, that's more like it. I can't stand a happy office with people, ha, 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 ha. They're all little birds. They don't even know what life is all about. So I was going to say, I thought I'd done this remarkable job. And probably somewhere around 20 years, I was dating somebody in the program. It wasn't going well, and my friend said, you have to go to Al-Anon. Oh, I know, I'm not going there. Well, we're not going to hang out with you anymore unless you go. So I went there in Washington. I went for 10 years till I moved to Tampa. I found this neat little group, and you know what was fun about it? Being new. And people would come up there, and they all knew who I was, and they come up and they go, listen, can we ask you about this? I just got here. What do I know? It was really fun, just not knowing, and being brand new and just listening. Sure, it was the same steps, but it was seeing it from an entirely different perspective. And so I was sitting there, and I remember a couple of times a young woman whose husband was still drinking would come in, just torn to shreds, and would describe some of the things that happened. And I didn't think they were that bad. You follow what I'm saying? What? He just said that, and you're that upset? In other words, I had no idea of all these, quote, little things that were devastating. And I remember about 6 months later, it was really sinking in, and I called up my ex-wife and said, I got to make an amend at an even deeper level than I did before. And I told her, I said, I was in this meeting, and she said, oh yeah, well, I never wanted to bring that up. And I said, I had no idea that all that little stuff, I was calling it in my mind, was devastating a human being. So it was a great eye-opener for me to see, wow, I mean, gee, it was amazing. So that's the point of this. In the 8th step, made a list of all the people we'd harmed, became willing to make amends to them all. And we learned in the 12 and 12 that while making the amends is very, very important, it's equally important to learn what it is in us that creates this disharmony, so that wherever we go, people are worse off than before we got there. And Bill called it, we learn how to bring out the worst in everyone. Now think about that. As an alcoholic, one way to keep people away from you is to keep them off balance. You know what I mean? Boom, fake them out. And they're over here reeling, and they don't focus in on your drinking. I would make up stories when I thought my boss was getting ready to call me on something. I just got a letter from my wife, she's leaving me. I didn't get a letter like that. I just faked him out. He'd never come down hard on me then, right? See how just keep the whole world off balance. Well, if in fact our behavior brings out the worst in people, what kind of a world do we live in? Pretty bad world. You know what I mean? We come home at night and we go, God, everywhere I went, another ass. You know what I mean? And we have no idea that we caused that. My parents were having their 50th wedding anniversary. My sister, who now is coming up on 30 years in AA, was preparing the event up in Connecticut, and she was going over the list of people that were coming, and one of them was this uncle. And I went, Sue, do we have to invite him? I mean, geez, he's always so obnoxious and rude and abrasive. I mean, couldn't we just pretend that we forgot? I mean, just think it's a big event and my parents, and it's really important. She said, he's only like that when you're around. What? Oh, no, we love him. He's great. I went, what? That's impossible. That is impossible that could be true, that he's a great guy. I know he's not. Every time I'm with him, there he is. But anyway, she had a lot of time in the program, and you sort of have that extra credibility with people in the program. And I said, okay, let's suppose by some weird freaking accident that she's right. And so I'm going to pretend that this is the greatest guy in the world. Okay? That was my mindset when I got there. And there he was. Before he could react to anything, I just ran over. Uncle Jack, I'm so glad to see you. Oh, my God, how is everything going? And he looked a little surprised. And then he went, great, I'm so glad to see you. How do you like that? Isn't that amazing? So, out of the 8th step, Bill wants us to learn as much as we can about how we create disharmony. Why? To change the world that we live in. Once we stop doing that and we bring out the best in people, see, I like to be, if I'm in the checkout line at the supermarket, I want that clerk to always look forward to seeing me. You know what I mean? Even if she's bumbling up and having a terrible day and can't get this right and it takes an extra 2 minutes, I want to just say, thank you for waiting on me. I'm so happy you waited on me. I want to go in the dry cleaning place and I'm picking up my dark suit for my daughter's wedding and they lost it. And the clerk has to tell me this. She knows she has to tell me this. And I say, oh, don't worry about that. I got another suit. We'll get it next week. Have a good day. Wouldn't that be fun to do? You follow what I'm saying? To change our self-centeredness so we're the one person who doesn't go, you don't have my suit. Do you know how important a wedding is? I mean, have you ever done that? Do you know how important a wedding is? I'm the father. She already knows all this. She's trembling in her boots. So you see what's happening out of the 8th step? We're going, wow, I could change this. I could change that. All right, what happens when we change? The world changes. Bingo. Now I live in a great world. Everywhere I go, there's smiling people. What are they smiling at? You. How do you like that? That's a pretty powerful step, isn't it? That's a big dimension out of the 8th step that sometimes we miss. And it's right there in the 12 and 12. It's equally important that we extricate every detail about our own behavior that causes disharmony so that we can live in harmony with our brothers and sisters. When I think of living in harmony, I think of a symphony orchestra. And Beethoven has written this symphony, and then we all play our notes that have been assigned to us. And when we do and play it just like it was written by the maestro, God, or Beethoven in the symphony story, We have the most beautiful harmony and music you can imagine. But it requires playing all kinds of different notes that are written, and we have to practice and learn how to do that. As alcoholics, we only knew one note. And if we used the do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, guess which one it was? Me. And we got out of bed in the morning and we just went, me. And if somebody knew how to get in harmony with that, there was harmony. You follow what I'm saying? And so we went and we're in a relationship and we just went, if there's going to be in harmony in the relationship, why don't I tell you a little bit about me? And if I tell you enough about me, you will soon learn how to adjust and be in harmony with me. So when there was disharmony, I assumed I hadn't told her enough about me. And so they said, you got to communicate more. I said, of course you have to communicate more. Let me tell you more about me. Are you getting it yet? Me. Oh, don't fold the socks that way. Fold them this way. Me. And if somebody could pay attention, there'd be harmony. So I was willing to go 50-50. I was willing to spend as much time talking about me as was necessary. And so you could see there wasn't much following the score as written by the Beethoven. I just had my own song. We played it all day long. Me. And it did not produce harmony. It produced terrible results, fights and discord and all of that. So look how much there is out of the 8th step. Isn't that amazing? That all of this great knowledge and then an awareness of what we're really inflicting on people with gossip and with cheating and lying, and there's the whole list in the book. So the important thing to do, of course, is to run this by our guide or our sponsor who can help us see this, put it in a more clear light, and also help us decide which one of these we're going to make amends to and which ones are inappropriate. Because as we get in the 9th step, we're not going to make the amends if it'll hurt the other person. If it's going to raise something unnecessarily that would cause them great sadness or anger or whatever. But we're certainly willing to do whatever it is. There was a guy, I just heard his story. No, it was his sponsor. And he said this guy came to him and he was he broke into homes and stole TVs and appliances in order to pay for his alcohol. And he broke into like 25 homes and never got caught. And this is years later, it's 5 years later. And he's coming up and he said, well, I know this step. I'll talk to you about it, but I am not. And the sponsor said, all right, let's just leave it that way, that you feel it would be, you'd end up in jail or that it would be, you can't do it. Let's just leave it that way. But if you find that you can't live with it and it's threatening your sobriety, then come back and we'll talk about it. Well, 6 months later, he was back. He said, I just can't, I got to go back. I got to go do that. He said, do you remember oh yeah, I got all the addresses. I know exactly where they are. So they came up with the idea that he would just do it at supper time and just walk up and knock on the door. And whoever answered the door, he'd say, do you remember 7 years ago when your house was broken into and TV and all that? And he went from house to house to house. And no one called the police. Everyone forgave him. One guy wanted a couple $100. He said, look, it was worth a lot more, but he said, I'd have to do it in $10 installments. Fine. That'll be fine. The last house that he went to, have you heard this story? He went and the lady said, Oh, yes, I remember that. Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea? And he says, well, I want to somehow make amends to you for stealing your TV and the silver and all this stuff. And he said, somehow I want to make amends. She said, you already have. You'll never know what you've done for my husband and I. And he said, why? She said, all these years we thought our son did that and was lying about it. You have just healed our family. Pretty powerful story about making amends. And so we talk with our sponsor to put it in the right category. Like it might have been too soon. 6 months earlier, he might have chickened out halfway through, or he might have said the wrong words. Something, that just didn't quite, or it was the wrong time to see the people. But somehow 6 months later, it was. Now, in my own story, I had this incident where I was sober 25 years or whatever it was, and I was living in Washington, D.C. The Redskins were on their way to the Super Bowl again. And I'm getting it Sunday afternoon, and it's about 7 minutes of 2 or 1, whatever the game was starting back then. And I got my popcorn and Cokes, and everything's ready. And I'm going to be in front of the TV, and at about 7 minutes of 2, a memory bubble comes up from inside of me, and it says, you remember the guy you went through flight school with back in the 50s, Bill Marseille? Yeah? You still owe him $90 for that month's rent that you borrowed and never gave back. And I went, God damn, that's right. Holy shit. He was very close to my wife and I and another couple, and we used to party together and all that. And I was always out of money when payday, right before payday, and I'd borrow the $90 for rent. Rent was $90. And then from him, because he had extra money. And then when I got paid, I'd pay him back. Well, this one time, I borrowed it. He got transferred to the next stage in flight school. So I didn't pay him back, but I was going to pay him as soon as I saw him. And then when I saw him when we were there, I forgot. And then I said, when we get to the next duty station, he was ahead, then I'll pay him there. And then we were together for 4 or 5 months, and I got to pay him that back, and I never did. And of course, he never mentioned it. Now, 25 years, I don't know how many years later, 30. And I remember. And so my conscience says, you got to get a hold of him and tell him you're sorry and pay him back. I said, yeah, you're right, I'll do that. No, now. Well, the game starts. I can't find anybody. The headquarters, Marine Corps isn't open. How am I going to find out where he went? Well, think about it. What do you know about? Jeez, come on, I got to get this thing going. You know how your conscience won't give you a break? Shut up down there. Sit here. And I knew I wasn't going to enjoy the game. This God, he was driving me crazy down in there. Well, what do you know about him? Well, I don't know. He liked to ski. Well, ski. Well, then how many places can you ski? Call some of those places. Where do you ski? Colorado. I don't know anything about Colorado. Where else? Vermont. Vermont. I came from New England. I went, Vermont. Yeah, okay, it's a deal. I'll call the information in Vermont. He had a very unusual name. And if he's not there, I'm watching the game. And my conscience goes, okay. Hello, Vermont operation? Yeah, do you have a William P. Marseille III? You do? All right, what's the number? What's the number? Oh, we got about 2 minutes to kick off. Okay, thank you, operator. Thank you, operator. He won't be home. What are the odds on him being home? Hello, Bill? Yeah, hi. Oh, it's Sandy Beach. Oh, Sandy, how are you? God damn, it's so good to hear from you. I can't believe it. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Bill, look, I'm in a hurry, Bill. I got to make this short. I don't tell him there's a game coming. I'm just saying, I got to make this short. Anyway, Bill, here's what happened. I drank so much. Well, I joined AA 20-something, whatever it was, years ago. It's the best thing that ever happened to me. I'm happy. I can't tell you, but we have a thing. We have to make amends. And back in the 50s, I borrowed the 90s. He says, I vaguely remember that. I'm not sure. I said, Bill, trust me. I owe you the money. What's your address? I got to mail it to you. All right, I'll give you the address. I'm going to add some interest on it. Thank you, Bill. Boom. Now I can watch the game in peace, and the next day I write a check, and I mail it off. And a couple weeks later, I get a box, gifts he ran a gift shop at the ski resort. And it had wind chimes and scarves and all these things from the ski resort. And I think I sent him $200. Here comes $300 worth of merchandise that comes back. So he calls me up and he says, we're moving to North Carolina. Here's our number down there. Let's get together. And I said, yeah, we got to get together. Oh, we got to do that. And we never called. You know, fast forward probably 7 years. I'm speaking in North Carolina at a convention. I finished the talk, and people are standing in line. They're going, hi, thank you, hi, thank you. And this lady says, you don't know me. My name is Kathy Marseille. That's such an unusual name. I said, oh, Bill Marseille's wife? She said, no, I'm his widow. He died of a heart attack about 6 months ago. And I said, oh, I'm so sorry. I wish I had looked him up. And then I went, well, what are you doing here? She said, I'm in Al-Anon. After you called him, he was so excited about what you said about AA, he got sober and joined AA. So my amend was a 12-step call that I didn't know about. And so I'm just saying that these amends that may look like they make no sense, where I'm going to go back to some boss that I worked for, and I'm going to go there and say, I'm sorry, I was such a lousy employee. I've joined AA. I'm trying to get my life straightened out, and I owe you an apology for the way I worked here, and I just want you to know it. Now, the guy could say, well, you're still a jerk, get out. But we've done our job. And that may happen once in 50 times. Most of the time, we're met with a very respectful reaction. Well, thanks for coming by. That was nice of you to do that. But how many times we're going to have something else happen where he says, listen, my son's an alcoholic. What am I supposed to do about it? Could you sit and talk to me about that? Yeah, I'd be glad to. Never would have happened unless we were making these direct amends. So you can see this is an incredibly powerful part of the program. Very powerful. It reconnects us to the human race and makes us realize we are not isolated individual, but we're all part of a bigger being, our higher power. We're all just part of it. And when one of us suffers, the other people are suffering. We don't realize it. We may not even know them, but we can feel their suffering as we get sober and we are connected again. So we stop doing things that cause suffering and we look for suffering that we can help. Our specialty is other alcoholics. Other people are helping different kinds of suffering. And we are suddenly plugged in at a different level. And so you can see there's something monumental occurring in the 8th and 9th step, as simple as they look. They just go, okay, I did something wrong. I went back and say, hey, I'm sorry I did that. Doesn't look like what it really is, which is this is the transforming moment in the AA program. Now, what do we mean by a transforming moment? Well, we're talking about an awakening. We're talking about suddenly spiritual energy arrives on the scene. It's kind of like when the drinks kick in. You know what I mean? The first one, nothing. Second one, then all of a sudden you go, there it is. I know that feeling. I feel the energy flowing through me. Alcohol is making its appointed rounds, calming down my fingertips, my toes, my knees, my eyes, my ears, my stomach, and finally my brain. I go, yeah. Well, there's something starts flowing through us at this moment in our AA program. And it flows through in a very magical way so that when we describe it, we use magical words. Self-seeking will slip away. How about that for a magical word? You know what I mean? Watch this ball. Where is it? It slipped away. How could self-seeking slip away? Fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave us. What do you mean, leave us? I mean, what a strange thing. I got this fear of people, and I'm just always uptight, and all of a sudden I was busy one day, and it went, whew. It just left us. It wasn't explained. It just said, see ya. I'm going to go bother somebody else. You see what I'm saying? When you see those promises that are read at the end of the 9th step, you know what's misleading? I mean, when you look at those, these are like saying, you are now walking on the moon. You follow what I'm saying? At this stage of your recovery, you will be on the moon, physically walking around. And you go, holy cow. If you go back and read those, well, let me get them out. I got them. I don't have those memorized, but I think they're on page 83 or somewhere. And I want to just look at them so that we just listen to the magic in the words, the verbs. You follow what I'm saying? You were not going to hear this as you're sitting in the psychologist's office. Oh, yes. One more visit and low self-esteem will disappear. While you're sitting in that chair having a glass of water. Bloop! You know what I mean? It's just, you don't use verbs like that. It starts out with, we'll be amazed before we're halfway through. Isn't that a good word? Let me tell you what's going to happen. It's like the great Carsoni. You will be amazed halfway through my act. I mean, just isn't that fun? What a great word. You will be amazed before you're halfway through, making amends. We're going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. Sally, come here. I'd like to introduce you to a new freedom and a new happiness. Well, how do you do? Glad to know you. I now know a new freedom and a new happiness. Isn't that nice? Brand new. Just, wow, I got a new happiness and a new freedom. We will not regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it. We will comprehend the word serenity and we will know peace. I mean, just, can you imagine that? Comprehend. It's going to sink in. Wow. Oh, this is what serenity is all about. Wow. And peace. Personally, I'm going to know peace. How do I know it? I feel it. I am now actually experiencing peace. It's no longer a theory. You follow what I'm saying? Spiritual life is not a theory. It's going to happen. You will know peace. No matter how far down the scale we have gone, we'll see how our experience can benefit others. That is huge. The horrible past that we detested in ourselves, the disgusting, rotten, awful things that we did, are now our most precious gift in helping the next alcoholic. Alcoholics will only listen to another alcoholic. You say, I did that. I went to jail. I beat this up. I did that. And now I'm all right. And that's the magic connector, is there, the person talking to you walked in your shoes. And that's why you listen. So that's your secret, powerful, healing weapon is your disgusting past. And you suddenly change your mind about your disgusting past. You go, wow, this is wonderful that I have this disgusting past. This is a healing tool that I have. Wow, I'm lucky to have that disgusting past now that I'm living in the spiritual realm. This is my magic wand. See that? No matter how far down the scale we've gone, we'll see how our experience can benefit others. Now here's a real magician. Are you ready for magic? The feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. I mean, disappear? Come on. Are you pulling my leg? We read these all the time. We will lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in our fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. Out the back, Jack. Follow. I'm trying to make this into like, holy cow, do you really see what's going on here? Our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Okay, what's that? What does that just say? Oh, here's a little tiny sentence. Your entire life will change. Let me say that again. Everything about you, your entire life, everything will change. Hello? Is this freaking monumental or what? Fear of people, economic insecurity will leave us. Goodbye. Rats leaving a sinking ship. I don't know what's going on. We will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. We are now what we're being taught is we're moving from the intellectual mind level to the intuitive level, where we simply wait for guidance. Oh, I got this terrible problem. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Go to the movies. When you come out, there'll be a note. This is how to handle it. God. That's relying on intuitive. You follow what I'm saying? Go to the movies. When you come out, there'll be a note. This is what to do. God. Oh, thank you, God. I'm glad you. All right, let's keep going. We're almost there. We will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we could not do for ourselves. Now, how would you describe conscious contact with your higher power? How about suddenly realizing that God is doing all this? And you notice the word sudden. I think all spiritual experiences occur suddenly. This minute you don't have it, and this second you do. Now, Bill talks about he had his hot flash, and then William James talked about the educational variety where it takes a long time, much more time. Bill said, God, if there is a God, help me, boom, and he had, this big contact. So we're describing here the one that takes a long time to occur suddenly. It still occurs suddenly, it just took a long time to suddenly occur. It's not like it happens a little bit and then a little bit, and I'm not sure if it happened, and then maybe it didn't, maybe it did. No, when it happened, you go, wow, you were contacted inside. I've got it, I'll help you. Really? You mean like you're real? Yes, I am real. Okay. When you suddenly realize, holy cow, all this stuff, there's no other explanation for how I feel and for what I'm seeing other than my higher power. There's just no other way of explaining it, and you believe it in your heart, and there it is. Then, what does it say right after that? This is why it's so misleading. And now people are starting to shout it back. Are these extravagant promises? And we yell back, we think not. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That wasn't extravagant? You're on the moon, you're doing a cartwheel. You now are on Mars. Now you're orbiting the sun, and now you're back. You think, are those extravagant? Oh, no, I don't think so. Well, why do we say no? All of that was done by our higher power. So you want to know where the jackpot is? Right there. We think not. They're being fulfilled among us, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. And then this is my favorite verb of all. They will always materialize right before your very eyes. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing here. Pew, a rabbit. Where'd it come from? It just materialized. They will always materialize if we work for them. So let's take a break, and we'll wrap it up in the next session, okay? Okay, everybody, we'll go ahead and get started, and this is the last session. I'm the one applauding for that. No, actually, I enjoy this, but I do get worn out. I realized last night I went up and I just went, God darn. That's because some number of years seem to have passed by without me noticing how many. And I suddenly realized I have a 50-year-old son. And that's hard to do when you don't really think you're 50 yet. Okay, let's pick up with this transforming point in our AA journey. Sometimes I don't think we realize how important that moment is when we suddenly realize. So if we can look at it this way, that we've now been contacted, and it is what this transformation is saying is, we're going to stop using the methods that we had for living, our survival techniques that we came up with as human beings in order to, quote, get through life. Because that's what it looked like when there's no higher power and you're living in this magic world you created. Survival is a good way of describing it. Well, I hope I make it another day, that kind of a thing. And it's saying, okay, great, congratulations on surviving. Good for you. Nothing you did was wrong. Nothing you did was untrue. Don't beat yourself up. That was wonderful you made it through all those adventures that you created for yourself. You took yourself in the woods and got lost and brought yourself back out and almost got eaten by a bear, and oh God, you had all those wonderful things happen. Congratulations on surviving all of that. Now we're going to go somewhere else, and we're going to live by different principles. Sounds like I'm making up some Alice in Wonderland. You know what I mean? Okay, that's enough of that. Now we go through this little door, and boom, we're going to come into another world. Do you think the big book says anything like that? That, okay, now we're going to leave that place you've been hanging out, and then we're going to go through this little door, and then we're going to come out into, oh my God, look at all of that. Well, let me see if I could find a sentence. You maybe never saw it this way. This thought brings us to step 10, which suggests we continue to take personal inventory and continue to set right any new mistakes as we go along. We vigorously commenced this way of living as we cleaned up the past. Now here's the sentence with the doorway in it. We have entered the world of the Spirit. Used to live in this world, now we've entered the world of the Spirit. Now, when we enter that world, self-sufficiency is out. Okay? No more self-sufficiency. No more, I do it. Here it is. Now, continue to watch. This is the inventory for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. When these crop up, we ask God at once to remove them. Okay, so what do I do when I have fear? What do I do when I have a resentment? What do I do? What do I do? You don't do anything. You say, hey, God, resentment here. See you. Take it. I'm busy going to the movies. I'm going to the playground. Some resentment just showed up. Would you please take care of it? I'm going over there. In other words, this is the entire game plan. Now, what I want to ask you to imagine is if we all lived by this game plan, totally, 100%, do you know what it would ruin? Discussion meetings. This whole page, 84 and 85, just filled with spiritual pictures. It's just wonderful. We've ceased fighting anybody or anything. Isn't that nice? What are you going to do all day? Doesn't that sound like it's going to be boring? What am I going to do all day? How about play? You're in the world of the Spirit now. The Spirit runs everything. You're just supposed to be happy, joyous, and free. What? For by this time sanity will have returned. We'll seldom be interested in liquor. If tempted, we recoil from it as from a hot flame. It's happened automatically. I didn't figure it out. I didn't do a damn thing. Just boop. It happened automatically. This new attitude towards liquor has been given to us without any thought or effort on our part. We were usurping God's role. Chuck Chamberlain, I remember him telling me, Sandy, it's not your job to take care of yourself. That's God's job. You're just supposed to do His work. If you got the role in the play of sweeping the floor, that's all you have to do. Sweep, sweep, and you will be happy as can be. The world will be yours. You'll be up there just sweeping in your kingdom. And you just look around and go, this is the greatest thing in the world, is to be sweeping in this great place. I'm the luckiest guy, and then the guy selling hot dogs. I'm the luckiest guy to be selling hot dogs in this wonderful place. And the guy fixing cars. What a great place to fix cars. I am the luckiest guy. Now, why is he fixing cars? Because that's his skill. That's what he's good at. And somebody else is teaching dancing. I am so lucky to be teaching dancing in this great world. See what I mean? We don't have to do anything different. We have to crawl through the little doorway and enter the world of the Spirit. We got our new attitude towards liquor has been given us without any thought or effort on our part. It just comes. That's the miracle of it. Just comes, just arrives. We're not fighting it, or are we avoiding temptation? Now, here's a sentence you won't hear when you're visiting the psychologist. After 3 sessions, I will place you in a position of neutrality where you will feel safe and protected. Really? How do you do that? Valium. Okay. That is the miracle of it. We feel as though we've been placed in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. In other words, totally protected. We're safe. We're just supposed to fix the car engine that's in front of us. That's it. We're not supposed to go, what a crappy job. It just, that's it. Whatever we're doing right now is what we're supposed to be doing. And enjoying the hell out of it, whether it's sitting here attending this or visiting with your neighbor afterwards or having lunch or whatever. That's it. We have not even sworn off. Instead, the problem has been removed. Now, if that isn't magic, and now it's been removed, it does not exist for us. Aren't these magic words? And you say, it just doesn't exist. I was obsessed with why I became an alcoholic in my first 5 years. I don't know if anybody else was just obsessed with wanting to know, why did I become an alcoholic? Now I don't even know how to think about that. I wonder why was I even thinking about that? What a stupid thing to think about. It's not even in my brain anywhere to think about why I became an alcoholic. What a waste of time. It's gone. We're neither cocky nor are we afraid. That's our experience. That's how we react as long as we keep in fit spiritual condition. And then it says, we have a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. And then one of the musts that's in the big book. Every day is a day when we must carry the vision of God's will into all our activities. How can I best serve thee? In other words, oh, that person looks sad. I think I'll go sit next to them. Oh, I think I'll go do this. I'll go make the coffee. I'll go do this. Where could I be useful? Okay. In other words, we don't have to take care of anything now. We don't have to be in charge of anything because this new world requires no attention from us. There's nothing that needs to be thought about, figured out. It only needs to be enjoyed. And That's the world to live in. You follow what I'm saying? This is the world of the Spirit. So, I was totally, as a lobbyist in Washington, I was totally into politics. And now, I hate to even tell you because I know people are going to go. The next election, I'm going to vote straight party line on the opposing side just to disengage myself from my convictions so that I'm free of all of that pain of not getting my way. And I'm tired of it. My job is to just go around, try and help the person next to me, and the world is going to be the way it's supposed to be. And I know some people are going to go, well, that's a hell of a citizen. Oh, I'm sure if there was a little group of us that were starting to there was a little group of us a couple of thousand years ago, we probably would have tried to stop the crucifixion. Anyway. To some extent, we become God conscious, and now we want to get more. Now, before I go into the 11th step, I want to show this is the flowery language. It's the magical language. When we go to the 12 and 12, we get the practical approach to living in the now. And when you combine them, you take the practical and the magic, and you've just put them all together. You have one hell of a package. And so over in the 12 and 12, when it's talking about, see, in other words, the 10th step is how do you live in the now? How do you stay there? And it's, oddly enough, we inventory when we are disturbed, angry, fearful, whatever, and ask God at once to remove them. In other words, there it is. There's the plan. And then it gets reinforced in the 12 and 12 when it says there's a spiritual axiom. You remember that sentence? There's a spiritual axiom which says whenever we're disturbed, no matter what the cause, there's something wrong with us. No matter what the cause, no matter what happens, no matter how outrageous it is, if I'm disturbed, there's something wrong with me. Well, if it's 100% their fault, why is there something wrong with me? What is wrong with me? You're disturbed. That's what's wrong with you. Yeah, I am disturbed. All right. The deal is, let's get undisturbed. Then it won't matter what happened. Well, technically. We're very suspicious of that. Well, what is your problem with what he did? I'm all messed up over it. Well, what if you weren't messed up? What if you were absolutely just happy? Oh. You mean like I just let him off the hook because I'm not upset? Yeah. I don't operate that way. I know, it shows. You're angry all the time. Yeah, well, yeah, but it's justifiable anger. I know, it's justifiable anger. We'll go back to the 4th step. Okay, so what are we getting out of all of this? We ask God at once to remove them. It's absolutely essential to stay or to return as quickly as possible to undisturbed. There it is. What is the now? Undisturbed. That's the goal. That's the total deal. If we can remain or quickly go back to being undisturbed, we're doing God's will. Because that's what he wants. That's happy, joyous, and free. I want you to be happy, joyous, and free. Well, not right now. We'll get back to it. I would, but that guy just did blah, 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 blah. Fill in the blanks. Okay, let's see how quickly we can get back to being undisturbed. 4-part plan. Anybody remember that out of the 12 and 12? 1, 2, 3, 4. Self-restraint. We have 4 things that we want as we go through each day. Self-restraint, honest analysis of what's wrong, which means running it by somebody else. my 45-second phone call. Let me run something by you. A willingness to forgive if the blame lies elsewhere. And a willingness to make amends if it's our. We do that and we end up undisturbed. So number one, the event happens and I have a 10-second cushion that I prayed for in the morning. My friend Ed used to go out the front door allowing 5 people to be wrong ahead of time. You follow what I'm saying? I'm going to drive to work and 5 people can cut me off free. This is cutoff day with me and my car. 5 of you mothers can bing, 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 bing. And it's free day on the highway. You follow what I'm saying? This is a self-restraint cushion so that we don't have to do something we have to make amends for later. In other words, they used to call it count to 10. Remember that? Okay, now count to 10. What happens while you were counting? Our temperature goes up to here and then comes back down so that we don't, and the boss comes in, Jim, I read this memo that you did on Project X. This memo sucks. Do it over again. And here's our temper, our ego, and screw you, boss, I quit. And the quit is just going across the room to him, hasn't reached his ears yet, and we want it back. I need this freaking job. Why did I say, oh, you want to quit? Well, you're fired. Bye. God, if I just waited a couple seconds, I never would have said those words. And I wouldn't have the consequences of acting while I was at the peak of being disturbed. So self-restraint. We pray for it in each morning. Just give me a cushion between me and the world. So now something happens, frightens me, it upsets me, it does whatever it is, up, down. I haven't done anything. Now what is going on here? I'm disturbed. Anytime I'm disturbed, let's find out what it is. Okay, I think it's this, I think it's that, I think I'll make my 45-second call to my friend Joe, can I run something by you? This guy came in, he said that, now I'm all frightened. What the heck do you think that is? Well, I think that he was totally off the wall, never should have said anything like that. His wife is probably giving him a hard time. Just forgive him. It's almost like we need permission from someone else. It's okay to forgive for that? Yeah. Okay. You see what I'm saying? And now I'm back and, hey. Well, no, it's not him. It's you. You're reacting incorrectly. You overreacted. Go back in there and say, I'm so sorry for the way I responded to that. I'd like to start over and tell you that I will work on that and I will cooperate. And then, first time we do it, they all faint. Freaking Joe actually apologized. I can't believe it. And we've improved our relations, wherever it is, and we're back to being undisturbed. That's a huge, huge thing. So you can see that all of this is designed so that we can stay in the now, which is the secret of life. I mean, that's, I don't care what spiritual religion or anything you talk about, that's where we're supposed to be, and that's where we exist until we make up a story that we don't exist there. And we go off into the future to see what trouble we could stir up and make sure we don't sleep well this week. Well, I'm thinking about next month. Oh, yeah, no, it shows. So there is the package of freedom that we're given in the 10th step, both the big book and the 12 and 12. It's just wonderful what is available there. So this context established, and that's why the 11th step says to improve our contact. You see what I'm saying? So it implies that it already was established, and my contention would be that when you suddenly realize God is doing for you what you couldn't do for yourself, that's it. That's when does the spiritual awakening happen? I would suggest that that's sort of a description of what it looks like right as we come into the 10, 11, 12 maintenance steps, whatever you want to call it. We're going to maintain this condition that we were given. That's what it's talking about, maintain the awakening. Or, as the 11th step said, hey, if one drink is good, how about 10? If we've opened the channel this far and gotten a glimpse of this world of the Spirit, how wide could we open it? How big an awakening could we have? Could we improve on what we got in those promises? That's what the 11th step, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood Him. And then comes an interesting part, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry it out. Isn't that simple? I mean, it is so wonderful. Don't pray for anything except knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry it out. What a package deal. Not only do you get your assignment, but you get the power to do it. You see what I'm saying? What should I do today? Well, I want you to do this. Holy cow, that's a lot. No, I'm going to help you. Here's all the power to do it. Oh, well, then I'm just like a freaking messenger. Yeah, that's it. Everything you do will be very easy because it'll be exactly what you're supposed to do, and you'll have the power to carry it out. Isn't that amazing? The reason Bill suggested that, where we pray only for this one thing, is that if we pray for something else, as noble as it may be, well, I pray that my cousin recovers, and he doesn't. It can be very confusing. Well, I thought prayer worked. I thought if I asked God that He would cure my sister. And I know there's all kinds of schools of thought about the power of prayer, and I'm not going to dispute them. I'm just going to say for drunks, it can be very confusing when you pray for something and it doesn't happen. You suddenly, the ego's waiting in the back. See, I told you he's a liar. I told you all that shit. You don't believe this crap anymore, do you? Your sister just died. That proves it. And we take something that we really don't know anything about, how the whole universe works, and we turn it against ourselves as proof that prayer is no good. And I think Bill saw the wisdom, and for us drunks, let's just pray for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry it out. And that enables us to contribute as much as we can to God's world. And that's how we make our major contribution, is by simply doing the next right thing, as people have said. And we use prayer and meditation. And so this is where Bill says something in both the 12 and 12 in the Big Book. Now we're talking about an individual adventure. Up till now it was a we program. Now he says prayer and meditation, that has to be done by you. You know what I mean? You can't have your sponsor pray for you or meditate for you. We have to do this as individuals. It is an individual adventure, and he immediately says, our libraries are filled with books. Go talk to rabbis, priests, spiritual advisors, teachers, whatever. You're on the expansion of the 11th step. You're not leaving the AA program. You are finding something that works for you. People get into yoga and report the most marvelous combination of yoga and the 11th step. In other words, they're not doing it separate. They are using it as their technique to expand your individual adventure. Somebody else goes over there and stands like this. Forget it. They may end up swimming to spiritual music. You follow what I'm saying? There's going to be something that opens the channel further. Guided meditation, this type of thing, reading this stuff, the Buddhist thoughts on this, certain spiritual writers, they're there, and there's some that'll speak. I could have 10 ideas up here, and one would affect this person and this. In other words, it's not universal. It is up to us. Well, what does appeal to me? So what is that? That's seeking. Anytime I'm in there, I'm at a book thing, and I'm going, no. You ever do that? And then all of a sudden, it's like it has your name on it. Hi, Mary. Wow. Well, that's what I'm supposed to be right now. I'm getting excited. I'm getting some ideas. I'm getting a vision, and then that can lead me further along. So we're moving. And I'm going to stop with the prayer of St. Francis. What a blessing that we have a 12 and 12 to have that prayer. I mean, even just that prayer is worth having the book, the 12 and 12. To me, it's the most wonderful prayer. And Bill quotes it, and if you've ever read about St. Francis, he was close to being one of us. Rabble out there in those crusades, whacking people, and I mean, he was just a man after my own heart. And then he saw the futility of all of this, organized everything, and he basically said, I am going to personally seek a way of escaping from my ego. That's, if you want to phrase what he did, I am going to find a way of escaping from this trap of this ego. I'm going to kill my ego. I'm going to crush it. I'm going to, whatever you want to describe. Reminds me of the newcomers sitting in the meeting, and the topic is killing the ego. How can we do it? And somebody comes in late and sits next to the newcomer and says, what's the topic? He said, suicide. Because when you're new, there is just ego. And if we're going to kill that, we're dead. But as we separate and we see there's this ego play going on, but then there's an awareness and there's a whole different level of existence, and we really are a spiritual being having a human experience, then we can start. If you're new, one way to think about this is, the sentence, I am tired, I am lonely, how many endings to that sentence are there? I'm all broken up, I'm this, I'm that, I'm that. I mean, there must be a million sentences that begin with I am poop, and then you fill in something, right? I mean, how often do we tell, well, I'm really sick of this. Well, I'm this, I'm that. Write the sentence, I am, and think about it. What does it mean to be I am, not modified? There's no word that comes after am. And you go, I don't know about you, but I went, what the hell is that? That couldn't be a complete sentence. And you are meditating. What is it that is? What is I am? And you're now in thinking about these things. Anyway, St. Francis did this and deprived himself and just helped people and prayed. And as he did it, guess what happened? People, animals, birds wanted to be near him. What did they want to be near? They wanted to be near his energy. He was what we call AA, a program of attraction. They were attracted to something. They wanted to bask in the spiritual sunlight of being near him. He had opened the channel that had been closed by his self-will and his selfishness. And the opening of the channel is how he opens his prayer. Make me a channel of thy peace. Now, the prayer was written to explain to those of us that are following him what happened. This is his best shot at what the process that he went through all those years was. And this is what it produced. And it gives us an insight into what we are trying to do here. And it's very similar to the picture of a block of marble, and the sculptor is now going to produce that beautiful statue of the woman dancer with the veil or the long robe and back, and it's just the most beautiful thing in the world. And you ask the master sculptors, how in the world do you do that? And they say, this work of art is already in the block. I just chip away everything that isn't this incredibly beautiful statue. It's already in there. So if we are allowing, through the process of the 12 steps, our higher power to painfully remove all these defects, chip, the sculptor, with our willingness and humility to go through the pain of, go ahead, keep chipping. What is he doing? What is being done to us? Our magnificent reality is being revealed so that it can come out. We already are perfect children of God. There's nothing we have to become. We already are. We just have to get everything out of the way that's blocking it. So when we realize this, we see in the first line of the prayer, make me a channel of thy peace. My first impression of that was, oh, finally, it opens up and then God's peace flows in and I feel like $1 million. And that's not what the prayer says at all. It says, we open the channel and your peace flows out. The whole prayer is about us bringing comfort, us bringing peace. It's all inside. It's been waiting to get out. The peace, all the peace enough for the whole world is inside of me trying to get out. And so my frustration all these years has been, I can't be myself. In other words, the spirit inside of me has been wanting to behave the way a spirit knows how to behave, and I'm trapped in my own story. So look at the prayer that way. It's saying, make me a channel of thy peace. So now here comes the peace out of me. We've opened it up, and it goes on and on. It says, where there's hatred, I may bring love. Well, where do I get the love to bring? You are love. You can't run out. If you want to try an experiment, take 10 minutes up in your room and love everybody in this room. Just imagine all these people. Okay, I love that person. I love the guy near the door. I love that guy. 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 Matter of fact, I love everybody in Columbus. Okay, everybody in Columbus. Love, 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 love. Okay, not just Columbus. Ohio. I love everybody in Ohio. All the people down on this part, all the people over there, and see if you can run out of love. See if you suddenly go, well, that's it. There's none left. Then you could move on to the whole United States. You could go all over the whole world. And you can't run out. you try it. Well, that's it. I just ran out. There's no room left. Oh, sorry about that guy. I got to leave him out. There isn't any left. You will not be able to run out. You might get tired, but you won't run out. So where there's hatred, I may bring love. Where there's discord, I may bring harmony. Where am I going to get harmony? You are harmony. You already are that. That's your nature. You already are harmony. Where there's error, I may bring truth. You already are truth. You don't have to go seek it. You don't have to do anything. You just have to allow it. That's your natural state. Error, our ego made up. In other words, that's the illusion is finally going to be shattered. Where there's error, I may bring truth. Where there's wrong, I may bring a spirit of forgiveness. I am forgiveness. I forgive everything. There's this other part of me said, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. You follow what I'm saying? And so, we're going to move through that. Where there's despair, I may bring hope. I am hope. Where there's doubt, I may bring faith. That where there are shadows, I may bring light. Well, how am I going to bring light? You are the light. That's who you are. You see what I'm saying? The thing is going, when you keep opening this up, this is what's going to be revealed. What does Bill say? All over. More will be revealed. That's not, you will learn more, you will study more. No, it'll be revealed. And you'll suddenly go, holy cow, I am the light. I'm bringing light into this guy I'm 12-stepping. He's responding to the light, not my words. He's connecting to something that he's attracted to. You see what I'm saying? It starts, holy cow, I'm just an instrument. I'm just being used by the Spirit to, holy cow, this is really true. This is, in other words, we're seeing it differently. It is being revealed in an entirely different way. And where was I? Shadows that may bring light, where there's sadness that may bring joy. Do you see how everything is? I was trying to get. I don't need anything. The problem was it's supposed to go the other way. The energy is supposed to go the other way. So it is by self-forgetting one finds. It is by forgiving one is forgiven. It's by dying one awakens. I left out. It's better to comfort than be comforted. To understand than to be understood, to love than to be loved. So it's by self-forgetting one finds. It is by forgiving one is forgiven. It's by dying that one awakens to life eternal. So what is dying? The ego. The old world is suddenly, see, we've entered the world of the Spirit. So this is what the 11th step is trying to do is let's keep going and see what else can be revealed. Keep looking, keep looking, keep looking. And I'll close with this. Many years ago, I was at my son's house in Baltimore, and holograms were new. You know, you bought one, and they had it on the wall in the hall. And my grandkids could see it. They just said, and I couldn't. Really freaked me out that everyone else, my son, his wife, some other guests had seen it, and the three grandkids had seen it, and I hadn't. And so I'm standing there, and they said, look through it. Look, I am. And finally, I got tired of them. I said, I saw it. And, yes, you're right. It's very amazing. It's amazing. So then I'm eating, but I hadn't seen it, so I'll be right back. I got to go to the bathroom. And I'm back there, and I'm standing in front of that thing. I never saw it. You know what I'm saying? Now it was time to go, and I'll be right out. One last time, I'm standing in front of that. So what do we say to a guy who can't see the freaking hologram? What, are we going to get him a book? How to see a hologram. Oh, yeah, okay. Did that do it? No. How do you see a hologram? You goddamn stand there until you see it. That's how you do it. You stand there and keep looking until it happens. That's what spirituality is. More will be revealed, but it ain't going to be revealed unless you are seeking. You see what I'm saying? You just go, I know I haven't seen it yet, but I'm not going to give up. My freaking grandkids saw it. Then I'm going to see it. And then one day, what happens? Whoa! I can't believe, I told this story out in Las Vegas, somebody gave me a calendar for this year, all holograms. And I've already cheated and looked ahead, and I'm going, holy cow. When those things jump out, I'll tell you, I don't know about you, you've been doing it for years, but this is like new to me. And I'm just going, look at that damn, I cannot believe what's there. And then I go like that, and it's gone. You know what I'm talking about? We want to stay being able to see the hologram. That kind of describes what we're trying to do. Because when we're there are no problems. They're just not. But they fade, so we got to keep trying. And we need each other to remind us that it's fading, and we keep each other on track and have that kind of a vision. I hope we all have it all year, and thank you for your attention. It's been an honor to be with you all.